Hey,
Hey,
Happy New Year, man.
yeah, you too. Long time no talk.
Did you go crazy last night or what?
I had a bunch of alcohol. Yeah, took my shirt off, ran around. No, I mean, there's not really anything you can do. But the neighbors had a lot of fun. I was kind of cherry picking off their celebration with, I heard a lot of yelling and tons of fireworks. Like you can see it because the view I have, you can see kind of the city. So I could see that. That was cool just to see some of that. The 4th of July was the same thing. I just was on my balcony and you can see just tons of fireworks. So how about you guys?
We watched David Byrne's American Utopia. Um, so the Talking Head singer, and it was cool, man. It was like that's a really well done live concert, and just like really fun and weird, you know.
Spike Lee made that one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been wanting to see it, but I think is it a HBO Max thing? Yeah, that's right.
No, no, it's not. I don't think it's an HBO Max. I think it's just HBO.
Oh, so they're separate. They don't. I thought
Yeah.
they kind of had the same crossover. No, okay, all right.
No, because when we use HBO Max, we have to sign into my PlayStation through like the Disney Plus app, and so we just yeah, it just shows up on the HBO part. There's like the entire time you're kind of like, that's weird. Spike Lee did this, but then there's one song and it's called "Say His Name." And it's like they're talking about all these people that have passed away, and you're like, it's on the nose, Spike Lee. It's really well done though. Yeah, good production.
I think that's probably what got him to do the musical, right? He probably did that, and he's always been wanting to do it. Maybe it motivated him to do that Viagra one. That's
Yeah,
kind of nice.
no, it was cool. It was funky. It was cool. And then we watched Vikings, and then I got to watch The Return. I watched The Return.
Okay.
I had after I wasn't gonna like prioritize it, but then the way it came up yesterday, I was like, I can squeeze it in, you know, and it was worth squeezing in. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's like we should jump into our top 10 from 2000 to 2009. Um, we should do our honorable mentions, of course, like we usually do. I think you and I both probably have some movies we just probably want to just mention before we jump into the 10.
Well, I have a lot that I want to mention. I don't know if you want to do it like last time, where I'll have like kind of my 20 to 11 that's ranked,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know if you want to wait towards kind of when maybe we get to the top three. Then I'll, because I have a bunch of other just ones that are lesser known, maybe not as obvious choices that I don't
Yeah.
want to just because they might be some of your uh, final 10. So we can approach it that way. I don't know. What do you think?
I want to hear you just flow. Do your thing, man. Let me hear your 20 through 11.
So this time I tried to grab DVDs because I know you did it last time,
Yeah.
and the one thing about this era that I'll say is that this is really the era that I was exploring the most films. It's probably the era that I own the most movies from, because this is me, working at Borders and just buying stuff left and right without knowing anything, just based on the cover, or obviously things that I know, filmmakers I was going down the rabbit hole. This was me going to Amoeba and just skimming through and just grabbing something, and sometimes it was great, sometimes it wasn't, but that was the fun part. So this is the pre-streaming era where you had to hunt for stuff. You know what I mean? You couldn't just say, well, I'll just wait for it to come on Netflix. You had to actually go. Netflix existed, and Netflix was great for actually hard copy DVDs that you could get for lesser known films. But this was my exploration decade. This is the decade that really got me excited about wanting to pursue a career in movies and taking it really seriously. So I loved putting together the list because I seriously went over 100, and I could have probably gone to 200. You know, if you told me to let's do the top 100 of this decade, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have had a problem. I could easily have done it. So a lot of great films, international films, obviously American films, a lot of filmmakers that for the first time I saw their films, and it went me, got me to explore certain things. So um, some of the DVDs I did not have, so it was tough to find, even though I know I own them because my DVDs are all over the place. So I'll mention some in the beginning, and then at the end I'll go through and name a bunch of other ones that um, I think maybe don't get as much recognition, or just kind of things that I really enjoyed. So one of the filmmakers that I really love, Mike Lee, he did a film called Vera Drake. and that was a movie that really impacted me a lot. So that's kind of like right outside my 20. Another movie and filmmaker that I absolutely love, Michael Haneke with Cachet, Piano Teacher, White Ribbon. That was kind of on the edge. Like those three combined together would be really high up, but it was hard to kind of fit it in. And then I have this is a Kurdish film. It's called Turtles Can Fly. Um, it's directed by Batman Gobadi, and it's a really powerful film. Um, Deals with kind of the Iraq War and the Kurdish people, very neo-realist style, non-professional actors, real settings. And I'm just a big fan of that film. And then another movie that I absolutely love, and I was trying to find a good spot for it, but it's just so many movies, was obviously we have Snatch coming in here at like 22 or so. This was one of the first movies that I watched 3 times in one day.
Cool.
I remember watching it and I thought, what did I just see? Because I was so amazed by the editing, by the music, by the performances, by just everything that he had done. And I had not seen Lock, Stock at this point because this came out in 2000. And all this did was for me just say, go back and watch Lock, Stock. And then obviously following Guy Ritchie through his career. But this one, I just absolutely loved the music. Almost the funny thing is almost all the ones going from like 20 to 1, I realized I owned the soundtrack to it.
That's awesome.
Back in the day where you were actually purchasing soundtracks. So Snatch is one that I absolutely love. Another one that I realized that my brother's borrowing the DVD, but Memories of Murder.
Cool.
Love that one. Bong Joon-ho. It was really the first movie of his that I saw that I thought, wow, this is a masterpiece. Of course, inspired Zodiac, which is from this era as well. I couldn't find that, but then another one that I absolutely love, Road to Perdition, directed by Sam Mendes, Tom Hanks, Paul Newman, like another soundtrack that I own, and just powerful film, great cinematography. I do show it in my classes, and a film that a lot of people don't know, despite having Tom Hanks in it. A lot of people just overlook this one, but great cast: Jude Law, Tom Hanks, Paul Newman. Conrad Hall doing the cinematography in that is one of the best framed movies you're ever going to see. And the music just complements everything really well. And this is kind of early Sam Mendes too. I think he did this right after American Beauty. And of course, he went on to do a lot of great films and the James Bond stuff. So really active, obviously 1917 from last year. So Road to Perdition, love this one.
Nice, man.
And then another one, I don't think you know about this one. Maybe you do. It's a movie called No Man's Land. It's about the Bosnian War, directed by Denis Tanovic. Powerful anti-war message. I forgot. I think it was Coppola who said that every war movie should be an anti-war movie, just because it's not a great thing. But this one was really powerful for me. It came out in 2001. I think it was nominated for. Actually, it is because it says it here. It won the Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film. Really powerful, simple film. Dealing with the Bosnian War, which a lot of people don't really think about because so many things have happened since then with Iraq War and things like that. But a great film. I don't know. Have you heard of this one, or do you know this one?
No, I don't. I was kind of, I don't want to talk about, I was saying no when you put it up. I don't know it at all. It looks great.
So this is a one that came to mind immediately that I absolutely love. And then another one, which I know recently I shared with you, Bittersweet Life.
Oh yeah.
Love this one. And I just wanted to also acknowledge how great this decade was for Asian cinema. Korean, Japanese, Chinese, obviously Old Boy. That was one that I was trying to find a spot for. Basically all the Park Chan-wook films, Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance, you had Old Boy. And then the director of this film, Kim Ji-woon, also did Tale of Two Sisters, which is a really powerful film. Obviously, you have Bong Joon-ho, I mentioned earlier. There's also another film that I really like, a Korean film called The Brotherhood of War. It's like Taegukgi. I know actually, I've seen Kevin have it in his office. I don't know what class he shows it in, but a really powerful Korean war film. And then another Chinese director, Johnny To. He did a movie called Election and one called Vengeance that I really like. Really, and Bittersweet Life is a really underrated. I don't think a lot of people know about this movie, but if you love Old Boy, if you love all those kind of films, this is a great overlooked one. Amazing moments, action, A lot of memorable scenes. Obviously violent as well, but
And one of the best endings of any movies I've seen. I think it's a great ending.
great endings, great set pieces, great choreography. Just I don't know. This one just doesn't really get a lot of attention. And I remember this was one of those ones. I think even this edition that I have is not even a real. It almost looks like kind of like a bootleg, but it was such a hard movie to find at that time. And this is the times where I was digging and looking, and
Yeah.
may have even gotten it from Amoeba, even though it's not quite the official copy. So I love that film. And then another one, which is a very powerful film. Absolutely love it. Great performance by Daniel Day-Lewis. There Will Be Blood. Paul Thomas Anderson, great filmmaker. We
Huh.
talked about him for the 2010s
Huh.
to 2009s. This one I had trouble trying to find a spot for, because I really love this movie a lot.
Yeah.
The first 30 minutes to me is basically a silent film. The performance by Daniel Day-Lewis, I mean, he did the same thing at Gangs of New York, as I always say, but I mean, a great performance is a great performance. Paul Dano does his thing as kind of the
Great.
support role, which is, it's tough to go toe to toe with Daniel Day-Lewis in this, when he's in this mode. But There Will Be Blood, amazing film. I think people appreciate it. I don't think it really got overlooked, but definitely something that from this decade that I absolutely love.
Yeah.
Sounds like you thought I had it higher up.
I have my list for you. We'll talk.
Okay, and another one that I have, which will probably throw you off again. Let the Right One In.
Maybe.
I had this one, man. It was hard to find a spot for it, but I absolutely love this movie. When you talk about vampire films, it's an anti-vampire film in the sense that it doesn't go by the book of, when you think of a vampire film, you think you got to have the fangs, you got to have the cape, you got to have the garlic, you got to have the coffin, you got to have all this, things that you think about with the conventions of a vampire film. But this flips it upside down. Set in the 1980s in Sweden, very dark film, very cold looking film, inspired by artwork that the filmmaker saw. And the cinematographer is Hoyt van Hoytema, who's working with Christopher Nolan now. He did the cinematography for Tenet, he did Interstellar, he did Dunkirk, so he did Spectre. So great cinematographer. I think this was one of his first breakout films that he did. And then Thomas Alfredson, I haven't really seen too much of him after this. I think he did Tinker Tailor, Soldier Spy, maybe one other thing, but just a great filmmaker that I think should be doing more. But this film, if you love vampire movies, it's kind of the anti-Twilight. We think of Twilight as from this decade.
When you watch the Let the Right One In,
yeah,
for some reason, does the sound design on the snow, when they step into the snow, does it stand out to you at all?
Yeah, I think that was intentionally done.
It's like crunchy. It's really interesting. Like whenever the movie comes up, that's the first thing my brain does. Is it like I hear that sound of it and how it's very it's not bad. It's not a bad critique. It's just very distinct. It just kind of stands out to me.
I think the sound design in this film is really underrated, because people think sound design, it's got to be Dunkirk or something where it's explosions.
Right.
Silence is a form of sound, and the impact of some of these scenes that happen in this movie. There's 2 or 3 things that happen that will just, the first time I saw it, I was just shocked by what I saw, and the way that he did it was unbelievable. So the Hollywood remake Let Me In, not anywhere near this, but this one I highly recommend, from this decade. Great film, one that I still, even watching it many, many times afterwards, still holds up. It wasn't one of those, oh, it was cool when I was young. It's still a great film. So Let the Right One In. And then another one, which is right on the outside, I had trouble fitting it in. Obviously, I love this filmmaker, The New World. Terrence Malick.
It's a nice looking DVD. That's nice.
The Criterion set. So obviously they don't mess around. They give you the booklets and everything. So this film I absolutely love. A lot of people love The Revenant. Emmanuel Lubezki did The Revenant in this movie in terms of the look, the cinematography, the shot types, the way that he filmed nature, the confrontation. So Terrence Malick, one of my favorite directors of all time. Tree of Life was my favorite from that decade, 2010 to 2019. This film just it's not for everybody. He's got a certain style. It's very meditative. There's narration, but just a beautiful film, powerful performances. Christian Bale is in it, Colin Farrell. So one that I was trying to fit in higher up, but it's just this decade was so good. But this one is like maybe at 15 or 14. I don't know what I'm at, but The New World,
Okay.
love that one. Another one too, this is coming in at like 14, is Children of Men. Absolutely love this film.
Yeah.
Alfonso Cuarón, great filmmaker. This was one of those movies that I think when it came out didn't get a lot of attention, but over the years, it's actually picked up a lot of steam and recognition because it's way, way ahead of its time. So this movie deals with the death of the youngest person in the world because for whatever reason, he doesn't explain it in the film, and they don't explain it in the book either, which is, I don't mind, is women are unable to have children. So you're not celebrating, because now we celebrate who's the oldest person in the world, but because people are constantly being born. But if nobody's being born anymore, you celebrate the youngest person in the world. And what happens when the youngest person dies? There's chaos, there's sadness. Really gritty, awesome production design. Some of the cinematography, the car sequence, you'll never forget that. The way that they filmed it, I recommend even looking at it on YouTube, the behind the scenes. Awesome camera movement, a lot of the single takes that he did in this film. Clive Owen, Julianne Moore, Michael Caine. I mean, three great actors together. Also great soundtrack, references to art. One I do show in my classes, but
Yeah.
I show a lot of these.
I think it's my top 3 for Michael Caine performances.
Yeah, it's one of his underrated ones. You don't
so
get too
good.
many pull my finger moments from a really distinguished British actor. So
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Again, this film came out in 2006. If you watch it now, it's scary how it's
great.
20 years later, it's still holding up. And the film takes place in 2027. If you watch this based on what we went through last year, you might think, sadly, we're not far off from that. The look of it, the grittiness, issues with immigration, and just the world falling apart. And one of the things about this movie that when I watched it again more recently is all the schools have been abandoned because no more kids are being born. So in the movie, they're going to like an elementary school and it's just empty, it's deserted because why are you pouring money? When you think about if you've ever had a window seat on an airplane and you drive and you fly through any part of the country, any part of the world, you look down and it's elementary school, high school, middle school, everywhere in the country. And think about all those spaces that have been built and what happens if we don't use them anymore. Think about all that land that's nothing, high schools, whatever. And I thought about what we're going through right now and how everything is deserted, universities, colleges, middle schools, high schools. And it's kind of a crazy feeling to think that we're one step away from something like that. Children of Men, absolutely love that film. Another film that from this decade that I watched so many times, a filmmaker that I love so much too, is Collateral with Tom Cruise and Jamie Foxx. I love Michael Mann is just one of my favorite directors ever. And even in this decade, he had Ali, which I love. Will Smith playing Muhammad Ali. Obviously, behind me you can see my love of Muhammad Ali. I even really like Miami Vice. I know that movie didn't get a lot of attention or people didn't appreciate it, but it's well done.
Really, really good trailer. Miami Vice had a really good trailer.
Yeah, my brother and I still talk about that trailer, the Linkin Park Jay-Z
remix.
Yeah, really, really well done. Great marketing. I still think it's a really good film. And even Public Enemies, that movie when it came out got so much flack because it was a period film shot digitally.
Right.
And now look, everybody's shooting digitally. And Michael Mann, even for Collateral, he used a Viper digital camera to film this. And because it's all shot during nighttime, so he had to get basically a special camera to do it. It gave them more flexibility, but another soundtrack that I own, great film, one that I still love to watch. I mentioned, I think I was talking about Nicholas Winding Refn and the way that he shows LA in Drive. I love Michael Mann is the master of showing LA, Collateral, Heat. I mean, you're not going to get better than that. So this one was right on the edge. It was like right around 10, 12, 13, but really love this film, love Michael Mann. He hasn't really done much recently. I think Black Hat was his last film, which was kind of a flop, but always looking forward to what he does next. And then coming in at like 12 or so, this was one that I had in the 10. It came out, it went in, it came out, went in, because I just really love this movie. I love the soundtrack. I love the director. I just love everything about it. And I brought out two of the, because I have two copies of it. You know, one is a steel book, one is a Blu-ray. The Proposition.
Oh, dude, what the f?
I is this one that you thought was in my 10?
I'm not gonna say anything. Yeah, kind of. I'm so.
This
Cool,
is right
man.
outside. This is right outside. So whatever you thought, it was not that far off.
You loved a lot of movies this decade. There's a lot of good movies.
I do. There, like I said before, but the soundtrack to this, Nick Cave, Warren Ellis, John Hillcoat, the director, he did Lawless, he did The Road, 999. Even to me, did you see 999?
No.
It's not his best work, but I love the first 10 minutes of 999. If you go on YouTube, maybe it's up there. But the Proposition, to me, this was back when I was reviewing films. They would send me DVDs and I would go to film screenings. So I would go all around town and watch different things. And they sent me to watch The Proposition at, I think it was at the studio. I think it was at Lionsgate or somewhere. I had to go in and watch it in a screening room. And it was me and a bunch of other critics. And I was very young, so I didn't fit in there. But I remember seeing it and I was just blown away by the way the music was used, the grittiness of it. You know, Ray Winestone, Guy Pearce, Danny Houston, Emily Watson being in it. It's just John Hurt, unbelievable film. One of the best, grittiest, darkest Westerns you're ever going to see. And I highly recommend it. It's one of those that people don't really know about, but once you see it, maybe you feel the power behind it. But it was great to just be able to see this in that setting of being a kind of a film critic. I watched so many from this decade too, because this is when I was kind of going through that whole process. I remember seeing another one, just kind of throwing it off a tangent. I went to see Doom, the Rock one. And I always share the story with my brother, but I went to go see it and Leonard Maltin was sitting a couple rows in front of me. So, you know, he's one of the great film critics. And I always remember that he walked out about 40 minutes into the film.
It's awesome.
You've seen Doom, you probably know why. I remember going to a screening of that movie, Waiting. Remember that movie with Ryan Reynolds? So I went to that and the director was there. I talked to him a little bit.
Awesome.
Back in the day, Andy Milonakis, remember he was
little guy.
little guy. So anyway, The Proposition, great film, highly recommend it. I have like 10 copies of it, as you can see.
Did you see did you catch in Deadpool 2 the joke, the Proposition joke in there?
In Deadpool 2?
In Deadpool 2, there's this like really gnarly confrontation between like 4 or 5 characters. And then they randomly cut to, I believe, the cab driver, and he's just nervous. And he goes, Guy Pearce has a really underrated performance in The Proposition.
Oh, did you say that? I forgot about that.
It's like so random, and it's like specifically that dialogue talking about The Proposition and Guy Pearce. It's really weird. I'll try to throw it in right here.
I must have overlooked that, but hey, I agree. It's definitely, I mean, Guy Pearce is just great in anything that he does, but I just think that movie, the music, Nick Cave and Warren Ellis, I brought them up before with a couple other films that I've talked about. I just love Nick Cave in general and Warren Ellis just as musicians, but the music they bring is just unbelievable to set the mood, and even some of the vocals that he brings in. So that one was like, man, like if I could just say a tie for a bunch of movies, this 11, 12, 13. And then for coming in at number 11, this was in the 10. It was outside the 10. It was on TV. So I watched it again and I was like, man, I love this movie so much. But at number 11, it's a movie that I absolutely love. The style of it, mixing in found footage, documentary, action set pieces. Another director that I really want to see what he does next, because he's someone that I think has a lot of talent, especially in the world of science fiction. But this is a South African film, District 9, that I absolutely love this movie. I'm also one of the few fans of the movie Chappie. My brother and I always have this argument, and I actually think Chappie is a good film. Not a lot of people like it though.
That director is really like almost ahead of his time when it comes to sci-fi. You feel like the dirtiness of it, like in District 9, it feels raw. But I like D. Antwoord. I do like them. Like they were cool in Chappie. I dug it.
They fit really well in the movie, and of course the director said that it was horrible to work with them.
Right.
Specifically Ninja, the main guy, the dude. Yeah, they said he was on a whole other planet, which if you look at him, you understand that. But District 9 is without question, I think became an instant classic. Was nominated for Best Picture, I think, and Another great film from this era that I just was great ending, powerful. I love just everything about this film. I think Peter Jackson produced it, so
Yeah.
gave it a, another feel. So, and it says, I get a game demo for God of War that tells you how.
Saw that. I saw that right away when you showed it. And I like that you. I always like try to carefully peel those off. I don't like them for some reason.
I don't like them either, but sometimes it stuck on in a certain way and it just leaves residue. So
I know.
leave it on. Not a big.
I have a Life of Pi DVD that I could like think of that has it and drives me nuts, and it like sticks to the other ones in the shelf.
Best Buy is always really bad. I don't know if they use some kind of sticker that's almost can't even remove it. So that I always and I love the cases too. So I always try to make sure I keep those in good condition. So he's another director that I know he was talked about to do the Halo video game adaptation. I've never played the game, but I know it's really popular. But should be making more movies. I put him in the same category as John Hillcoat. I think John Hillcoat after 999. I think he did a Black Mirror episode or something, but he's done a lot of music videos. He worked with Nick Cave, but anyway, Neil Blomkamp right at number 11, District 9. So those were kind of like my 22 to 11, and then I have my other stuff, but I'll hold up on that.
Neil Blomkamp makes really expensive short films. Have you ever checked him out?
I've seen the District 9 one that he did, the short film. Yeah, they're not as expensive as you think. I think he made them look expensive. Yeah. That was why, because District 9, I think, is a $30 million movie.
Looks great.
If you watch that movie, it looks like a $100+ million movie because the visual effects hold up really well. Like I said, I watched it recently again.
Yeah.
Action set pieces, like everything in this film still looks great. And of course, it's got a social commentary in there as well about class differences, about race, about becoming the thing that you hate. We have our lead character who does not like the aliens, and what happens, he becomes one. So there's a deep message. It's more than just a science fiction film. And another soundtrack that I own to Clinton Shorter did the music, and so I really, really love it. Great performances as well. So those were mine.
Rad, man. Mine's kind of a random shuffle of films. Some I just want to like even put it out there, which means the other films we don't talk about that could have been maybe, it's no disrespect to those. I just want to even throw some of these out there. For me, Count of Monte Cristo almost made my cut. Definitely from my childhood. I thought that was a great film. And then I always like think about the story of the dynamic of those two friends, and I liked more the rivalry and like the story between the one kid, Guy Pearce's character, had gotten a giant pony, but then Jim Caviezel's character got like a little toy and was totally fine with it, and that drove Guy Pearce nuts. I like use that lesson today, like for like having empathy or being humble, and it's funny how some movies just stay with you, like the lessons in those movies. And I think it's like the ultimate classic story adapted from a book. I think it's a great film. The other one I have is when it comes to, I'm gonna like combine these, even knowing it's a different filmmaker. Is I just have so many random ones, man. I'll just try to.
I have more random ones than you. I guarantee it.
This was
that point. I'll tell you.
Black Hawk Down is a huge one for me. I'm not big on war films, but I think it's really well done, and it's my favorite Eric Bana role he's ever played with Chopper. But at the end, the only thing that Black Hawk Down is at the very end, in Eric Bana's final scene before he goes back into the war, is he chews on his food too long. We talked about this or seen this scene?
It's talking about the end of the film.
Yeah, he takes a bite of food, and he's with Josh Hartnett, and he's chewing on it for just too long, man. It was a weird directing choice or acting.
I thought he was chewing gum.
No, he picks up a bowl of food, takes a bite. It looks like it's lettuce too, which is why I am like, dude, doesn't it, So anyway, regardless, it's a great film. Besides that one scene for me, one that's really underrated that I think will hold up, kind of like he did with Children of Men, is Mel Gibson's Apocalypto. I think is a great film, and one where you don't need a leading man to enjoy your cast, enjoy your film. The reason why I have to bring this one up is because it was such a good movie theater experience, and The Devil's Rejects was really fun. We were all way too young to see that movie. My mom took me and my friends, And it was just a really good film for that age and that time. And then to use Midnight Rider in the film, I thought was really cool. And that was one where I really enjoyed that soundtrack because of it.
Mhm.
City of God, when it first came out, I was at a film camp and they made us all watch it, and it kind of went over my head. And then I revisited it in your class when you went over the discussion of showing a character's history. And the one character, he's kind of like our antagonist, is we show like
Little Dice. Yeah.
Thank you, man. I knew you were gonna know it. So that was really a great exercise to see that in editing. But then it made me go and revisit the film again, and it's a great film. This is England. Since I'm just talking about your stuff, This Is England is another exceptional film, coming of age story. And I think Stephen Graham is awesome, man. And like he's, the Irishman. He played Al Capone in Boardwalk Empire. I just think he's a really rad actor, and so is everybody in that movie.
Also, with the Guy Ritchie Snatch and all those films he was in early in his career.
That's right. That's right. He was like next to Jason Statham in Snatch.
Yeah.
I have Snatch on here also. The editing too kind of knocked me on my butt. The editing in Snatch, and then Brad Pitt's character, where even though he's mumbling, you're like, he's so cool. School of Rock is a really big one for me. It's like, to me, that's a really big film on PMA, like just having a positive mental attitude. And when Shun came to live with us, and when he told me he'd never seen School of Rock, I made him watch it, and he loved it. And that was one where I've probably watched that movie 25 plus times, and I own the soundtrack. I like, they had Ramones on there. My brain is hanging upside down. And then even the School of Rock songs I thought were really great on there. Assassination of Jesse James. I think it may come up for you. I'm not sure. Irrelevant. I think it's a great film. Recently, I've been doing a lot of the Team Deacons podcast, and hearing them break down that film was really awesome. And I hope to see the Criterion or that 4-hour cut that's out there. I'd love to see it. Almost Famous is a one that kind of almost made the top 10 for a little bit there. And then I just thought about how many times I've actually seen it. Have I seen it kind of recently? That was a really big one for me. Philip Seymour Hoffman was really great. Frances McDormand. And just overall, like Jason Lee's character and the humor in it, and kind of the rawness of that world, and being in love with someone that doesn't love you back. It's a good. I love it. Shaun of the Dead was a big one. To be at an age where I was still kind of scared of zombies, but then to see a film that kind of did subgenre with comedy and fun editing and humor, and it was still kind of dark, and to use Queen in that way, it was a really, really solid one for me. Inglourious Bastards is another one I'm a big fan of. One of the best opening scenes ever. Kind of just didn't really make it. Anchorman and Old School, I just think should be brought up. That was like kind of this Will Ferrell era. That's literally like how my friends and I communicated with each other, by just lines from Will Ferrell movies. So I just have to bring it up.
This decade was really good for comedies, because I have a whole list of just comedies I'm going to mention, and those two are on it. Yeah.
Step Brothers, I think, is also in this
one. Yep.
I know we
you know what? I'll just say them because you're on it. But
okay.
Anchorman, I had Step Brothers, I had Old School, I had Napoleon Dynamite, I had Tropic Thunder, which I think is a really underrated film. Great
agree.
About making movies. Borat, obviously, just the best theater experiences. Hot Fuzz, you mentioned earlier, obviously Shaun of the Dead. Idiocracy, I think, is one of the most underrated movies, which, again, talking about holding up and where we're in now. Awesome movie. Best in Show, I think, is really underrated too. I think it's a great film from this decade. Rat Race, I think, doesn't get enough love. Fun movie. Euro Trip is a movie that my family and I love. We watch it all the time. We have like 10 copies of it for some reason, because we keep buying it, thinking we don't have it, but we love it.
I know that movie really well. I watch that movie a lot.
We know it probably just as well as you do. My whole family would quote it a lot. So
Scotty doesn't know, man.
Scotty doesn't know. Where's the Beef? Bunch of stuff. Miami Vice, #1 new show. And then the other one, which obviously we have a big connection to it, Walk Hard. starring our friend Raymond J. Barry. We
I
have
know.
also John C. Riley, and of course a spoof of Walk the Line, which
Yeah.
obviously you love that. So I hijacked your list for a second, but I thought I'd bring it up because I agree it is a really great, and obviously for Will Ferrell, I mean, you can throw in Elf, you can throw in a
Yeah.
bunch of stuff that was
Yeah.
really popular, and he was in his prime in this era. Talladega Nights. I mean, I didn't mention that one. Funny enough, I just saw something that said Christopher Nolan loves that movie. Never expected that, but
That explains Tenet. That explains our whole
100%. Same movie, same style.
silent films. Will Ferrell. That explains. That's the twist for Tenet.
You know who else loves the movie MacGruber? Did you know that? He's
I
a
was
huge fan of that movie.
I was MacGruber for Halloween once, and it was like because I watched the film recently, and I had in my Halloween costume had rigged all these different little knickknacks to just kind of take it out as like tools. It was a fun party role, you know. I was having fun with it, and I just kept yelling.
You have a picture of that?
I'll put it up right here. And I just kept yelling, MacGruber! I just kept jumping into rooms, and I had like the wig. It was fun. It was a
Christopher Nolan's right next to you, so
character actor that night. Just to add on two more with comedy, Superbad and Pineapple Express, I thought were really good comedies. That it was like in my little prime of like puberty and humor and being a little high school stoner. It was a good run.
Staying on comedies, one that I forgot to mention from the 2010 to 19. I know I told you about this because you've seen it, but I just think this movie is so overlooked. One of the most surprising comedies that, as much as I didn't think I would like it, I ended up loving it. But They Came Together. That one, I think just people don't even know about it, but if you see it, you're gonna love the style of it. So going back to that 2010 to 9, there were so many that I went back and go, oh my God, I forgot about They Came Together. Another movie that I love, Tron Legacy. I thought that was one of the best theatrical experiences. So I'm sure I forgot stuff again that you'll remind me of, but yeah, great for comedy. Definitely that 10 years was great era.
There's like from the male top 10s, I regret. I'll talk about it when I get to this certain one.
Yeah.
Man on Fire came up for me. I love that movie a lot. From the style of the editing and that approach from Tony Scott, and just that kind of look he does, you know, that style approach. And then also just what we get throughout the film as far as Denzel Washington. When it came to like Training Day, I thought it was a little over the top, like the King Kong speech and stuff like that. And it was fine. It was a good performance. But Man on Fire to me is my favorite Denzel performance with Fallen. And
of course. Yeah.
I'm almost done riffing.
Oh, go ahead.
But no, just because it's like Zodiac came up for me. I think it's a great film. Memories of a Murder, great double feature. Did I bring up Lives of Others yet?
You did not.
The Lives of Others. We watched just here for the first time, Kendra and I, and that was one where nowadays when you watch a TV show, I think people want to get more invested into it because they want to spend more time with the characters. The Lives of Others does a really good job of making you feel like you've invested this time with these characters really quickly, of what you get out of a TV show. And I just think it was really done in its structure, and the time jumps make you feel like you're still in that investment of time. Really, really good movie. Coraline, I had to bring up and just touch on because that is like a really twisted kids film that's really made for adults. That was one where we all kind of watched as like young men, you know, and that came out we're like 16 or 17, and it was creepy as hell, you know, and it kind of we were attracted to the weirdness of it and kept kind of watching it. I just think it was a really good movie, man, to like make a low-key kids film that's like really for adults, and just overall it could come across like a horror movie. And when I talk to anyone that's seen it, it really stood out to them and stays with them.
Well, I don't Tim Burton didn't direct it, but I think he produced it, right? Didn't it have his stamp on it? It felt like his style.
Yeah, it's a creepy one, man, and really kind of psychedelic. And I think I have just two more.
Go ahead.
Yeah, man, these are the two. The Departed was kind of in there. Okay, the couple that I was kind of having a hard time with, Mulholland Drive didn't make the cut for me in my top 10, just because no personal reason, really, just I like these other movies a little bit more. But Mulholland Drive is a big one for me that I watched when it came out, kind of went right past me. remember watching it on my own again, it kind of blockbuster, and then revisiting this past year and then kind of falling in love with because of the film we made, you know, and the references of like Persona and Fight Club and Black Swan. Mulholland Drive was a big reference, and David Lynch is exceptional. This one like kept going into the top 10 list and then kept kind of leaving. This is like probably number 11, 12, is the film called The Wrestler, Darren Aronofsky. When I look at my top 10 list, it's a lot of like one-man show films and your leading man going through his passion or his arc and the hero's journey. It's very the hero's journey. And so it almost made the cut out of the hero's journey. I think it's a great film. These other movies that made my top 10, I've just watched way more and have invested way more time in and obsessed about these films just a little bit more. These two movies I combined as like one thing to talk about just because it was such an impact on me for the time. Before I took my little break from film, this really kept me invested for a while before I was kind of teetering out a little bit. But when they adapted Frank Miller's films, Sin City and 300, it was hard to get anyone my age to watch anything black and white. And so when a film like Sin City comes out, on paper, it looks incredible. It's a Robert Rodriguez film. You know, Quentin Tarantino directed a scene. The cast is like insane. Mickey Rourke is unrecognizable. You know, it's just a really fun film. Benicio del Toro is acting crazy in it. Brittany Murphy, Rosario Dawson, Bruce Willis. I think it's a film that I will always be obsessed about. I have this book of the making of Sin City, and it's this like really gnarly hardcover book. And then the way we saw it, my friends and I were all up in Big Bear, and there's like one movie theater up on the hill, and my friend's parents, Greg's parents, took us to it, and it was an awesome movie theater experience. We're in this like isolated theater in Big Bear watching Sin City. So it was just very memorable, the experience. And then 300, I went and saw at the Howard Hughes Theater with my pop-up. And for like years, he joked about, because we saw it on the IMAX screen, Gerard Butler's teeth were like this big on the screen. And it was very memorable. And it was the very beginning stages of that slow, fast, slow kind of action. And aesthetically, it was just so beautiful looking, that movie for me. And I know you don't really care for 300. I know how you feel about it.
I do not. I remember seeing a midnight showing of it too, but I was probably the only person that didn't enjoy it for various reasons. But when I watched it, I go, okay, well, the way that they're depicting Persians, the way they look, is completely incorrect.
Yeah.
And then you go, oh, well, it's a comic book adaptation. They're not trying to tell you history or historical accuracy. Then I saw a quote from, I think it was either Frank Miller or Zack Snyder, saying that how historians are praising how accurate the movie is historically. And I go, like, you guys are on a different plan. I don't know what you're talking about. So I'm in the minority. I know everyone loves that. But speaking of great trailers, I think that's one of the best trailers. They use the Nine Inch Nails music. Yeah. That made me want to see it a lot, even though, I mean, I love that style. We're talking about this era of kind of the epic type films. Yeah. I like Sin City a lot more. I think that was a really fun film. Like you said, black and white. What was that, 2005 or 6? So The Spirit was not good at all, but that was kind of in the same vein of
right.
Frank Miller directed The Spirit, didn't he?
Yeah, and like Samuel Jackson, that was when Samuel Jackson was just like in everything, and you just saw him with like every kind of hairstyle you could have, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And what about on the 110 freeway when we see remember that like earlier in the year, they had the Spirit poster, which they must have put some layers on that. Right. But one thing I was thinking of too, we should do eventually is our maybe like our 10 most memorable theater experiences.
Okay.
I know you like going to the theaters. I do, because I think that's a little bit interesting too, because it's not the 10 best, but certain things that you don't think about, like, you know, Sin City or 300. Oh, it was, you know, whatever. It didn't have to be the greatest thing. It could just be something we remembered. So I was just thinking of that.
No, it's great. I had a couple like pop up immediately, and like I have like a 3-2-1 rule where someone's talking, I go 1, 2, 3, go, and then I have like arguments in theaters, or when people saw Midsummer, the old couple walked into it late. They didn't know what movie they were into. And when they're jumping off the cliff, they're like, it was great. Sin City and 300, were in my top 10, but they were like as one. And Kendra was like, you can't do that. She's like, and I was like, what do you mean? So that's why it's like my 11 and a half films. They were just really impactful for me. And if I was to call out a lot of my friends and say, how many black and white films have you seen in your life? I think that may be the only one they've ever seen. And so for me, that's just kind of an accomplishment in itself for Robert Rodriguez to pull that off, you know, that noir look. And, you know,
Well, I mean, black and white has such a old, you automatically think it's old, but
right.
Roma was
Yeah.
the artist, obviously, these movies that experiment with it. So I still haven't seen the Parasite one, but I mean, black and white is another way of Raging Bull is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah, exactly.
Black and white. So
in Cold War is very good black and white film also.
Yep.
Yeah. That's it, dude. You know, there's a ton more, but like, you know,
we'll get to I think maybe before we get to our top three, we'll do like just run off of
cool
ones we want to mention. I have a few of those DVDs too. I mean, I'm just looking at it. You mentioned it, but The Lives of Others I had as just like an honorable mention. So I really like this film.
Yeah,
and then sticking with German cinema, Downfall, the Hitler one with Bruno Ganz.
I never saw it.
I couldn't find the DVD, unfortunately. I'll find it at one point, but definitely, I mean, Downfall was one that was right outside the kind of 20 or 30. So we're entering into our 10 now, right?
Number 10.
Is this you or me going first?
You've been going first a couple times. Do you want me to go just to change it up, or I don't mind?
Go ahead.
Okay. Because it just kind of flips the suspense, you know, like my number 10 is a film where I was kind of in my own bubble. I had no idea all the drama behind the scenes. I had no idea it didn't do that well. It was a Miramax film. I was kind of in the minority where the age I saw it at, I just loved the film. The theater experience was great. Henry Thomas pops up in it, you know, and like I just remember seeing, oh, it's the kid from E.T. in it, and the opening scene had me kind of floored. And we had John C. Reilly pop up, and I usually see him in comedy. My number 10 is Gangs of New York. My favorite Daniel Day-Lewis performance. I think Leonardo DiCaprio is great in it. Liam Neeson's insane in it. Probably the best opening scene, and something where the score really stands out to me. And like when the door opens, the music stops, and it just is very impactful for me. It was one where I love the movie so much. I was like, I gotta get the book. I gotta read the book. And then you get the book and you see that the book is like so fucking big. And so I've like plugged away at it through the years. I don't think I ever finished it. I more like try to jump around and find certain scenes I had liked. But I thought also too, for the age I saw it at, this is like 2003, I believe. Yeah, you're right, 2002. I think the scene where they kill the African American and they the way they do that, I hadn't seen that executed yet, and it was like really disturbing. It was really heavy for me. And then just Daniel Day-Lewis is like extreme close-ups of his eyeball, and just it's just very impactful. Yeah, man, that's my number 10.
I did the same thing too. I've read the book. It's more of a historical. It's not an adaptation of it, but
right.
It's really well done, and it's a movie that he was trying to adapt for decades and get made, but the budget was so high that it was a tough thing for him to pull off. And then when he did, it was with Harvey Weinstein, and of course, it was not a good partnership when you talk about art and business, because Weinstein's looking at it from a business point of view. Scorsese's doing it from artistic point of view. But I would love to have seen the longer cut of that movie.
Right.
Because I think there's a lot more that was there. Kind of like Irishman, where he got that freedom to do his 3.5-hour film. Yeah. I think this one is maybe like 2 hours and 40 minutes or something like that. There's probably more in there that he didn't get a chance to put in. So I don't know if it's ever going to be uncovered. I know he doesn't typically do that. He's not like, you know, Ridley Scott or Coppola, who goes back and they do director's cuts. But yeah, I agree with you in terms of the performance. My biggest problem with the film is just Leonardo DiCaprio and Cameron Diaz don't fit as well into those roles with the accents and everything. But
yeah,
Daniel Day-Lewis definitely it carries everybody anyway. I mean, Jim Broadbent, awesome performance. John C. Reilly, a lot of people forget he was a serious actor before doing all these silly type movies. Obviously Liam Neeson, yeah, all around just great, powerful film.
And
And
yeah,
another soundtrack that I own, a great one as well. U2 did the song at the end, yeah.
really gnarly soundtrack. And then I had The Departed in the mix, and so I kind of like, that's my way of having The Departed in the mix too, by having like the filmmaker in there justifies. So
I do the same thing. Like I have ones that I'll mention the film, but also the filmmakers, other films from this era that I think.
Yeah, so between The Departed and Games of New York, the Games of New York one was more impactful for me. And it was just, it's mainly that I'll never forget like that feeling of the opening scene.
Yeah.
And then also, I think I had looked at Liam Neeson as Skywalker, or whoever it was, the mentor from the Star Wars films, and see him, get off like that was gnarly,
Yeah, great film. Go ahead.
Number 10. Your number 10, man.
My number 10, you mentioned his other film prior, but one of these, this is a movie that you only need to see once and you'll just remember everything about it.
Oh.
There's not that many movies you can say that about that's actually true, but I think this one, the performances are just absolutely gritty and dark, and everybody's getting dirty, and just things are being amputated. Another soundtrack that I owned, I absolutely love the music in this film. It really carries the movie emotionally in a lot of moments. The way that they do a lot of the filming techniques, like mounting the camera onto the actors, I think was great. And it's also an example of being innovative with a small budget. I think the budget of this movie was maybe $4 million, $5 million, and he gets a lot out of it. And that's something that he's done a lot in his career. He's maybe done a couple big films, but for the most part, he kind of sticks into this kind of smaller world of being more creative. And the movie is really a tragedy about, being under the influence. And Requiem for a Dream, I have as my number 9. And this DVD is even the one that I first had.
You're 10.
Excuse me, I'm number 10.
All right.
Number 10. Requiem for a Dream, Ellen Burstyn and Jennifer Connelly were on my list of two of my favorite actors. Jared Leto is good, really good in this too, one of his early roles. And then even Marlon Wayans, a lot of people don't realize, you think of all the comedies and stuff they did, but it's actually a really good performance. That party scene montage at the end where he goes to all 4 characters and he cross cuts between Jennifer Connelly, Ellen Burstyn, Jared Leto, and then Marlon Wayans. I think he's like a janitor cleaning something. And he goes, man, that's extremely powerful. The editing in this movie, when they're taking the drugs, kind of the extreme close-ups, I think became very influential.
Yeah.
I think, again, watching it once, it'll burn into your memory. I've seen this movie complete from start to end, maybe 2 or 3 times in the 20 years it's been out. But every time I see it, I know exactly what's going to happen and what's coming next. So I think Ellen Burstyn, she was nominated for Best Actress, should have won for this movie. When you talk about one of the reasons why I love her so much, of course, you have The Exorcist and all that, but this movie just, I think, powerful all around. Again, another soundtrack that I owned, Jennifer Connelly, my favorite actress, being in it. So hard not to put in, but this is the one that between District 9 and this one, I kind of was like 10, 11, I couldn't figure out. But then I realized that just Requiem for a Dream was something that, I don't know, it impacted me a lot more. And a great year for movies too. I think 2000 was a lot of great films came out. So Darren Aronofsky, and of course, I think The Wrestler is another great film, and probably one of the most underrated films in history that he did in this era is The Fountain, which I think not a lot of people know about, or they know but they kind of overlook. Another amazing soundtrack, Clint Mansell, who always worked with him. I talked about The Fountain in respect to Tenet as well, as I'm cool with complex films, but confusing is a whole other thing. But The Fountain is great film from this era, but Requiem for a Dream is my favorite from this era at number 10.
Yeah, a lot to say about Requiem for a Dream. It's super. My number 9 from 2009 could probably be an interesting double feature to your Requiem for a Dream. This is a film I saw for the first time this year, and it was kind of hard because I kind of told myself like, is it in my top 10 or is it kind of, should I just mention it? But the more I think about the film and the innovation of it and what the filmmaker pulled off, is just insane. Do you know what I'm getting at? You know which one?
Um,
It's okay.
I know you had mentioned something to me, but I can't. I don't.
Okay, I know you. I know you've seen it,
Yeah.
and I know you've never taken drugs before.
Oh, I know what it is then. Okay, is it
Hit me with it.
Enter the
Yeah.
Void?
Yeah.
That was on my outside of just.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
To watch that film after shooting our feature and just seeing what he was able to pull off, it was just mind blowing. It was. I would love to see it in a theater if I ever can get the opportunity. It's one where I would have loved to have been able to get my friends together to go check it out. It's the closest interpretation I've ever seen someone do to reenacting the drug DMT, and not that that's my reason for it. It's just he was able to pull off something that is unexplainable, and it was really well done in the execution. And just kind of like the images stayed with me, kind of like maybe Requiem. The images stayed with me for like months after, and they still kind of do, as far as like where he put his head of where he wants your eyes to go is insane. And it was really a really trippy film to watch, and you kind of feel yourself like flowing in a room, and then every once in a while you would dive right into a light, or you would dive right into the next room, or you would be inside someone's body and see them kind of making love, or in general all kinds of things, or what's going on inside their brain. Really insane movie. Yeah, I love that filmmaker, but Climax was really good. Love was good, but in general, this one is like his. He nailed it. He made the ultimate film. He did great. Yeah.
I remember seeing an interview with him, and he's a great person to watch interviews with, because he just unfiltered. He'll just say whatever he wants. But I remember him saying he got the idea for Enter the Void after taking mushrooms and just walking through Paris and seeing all the stuff happening. And he thought, oh, how do I translate that into maybe a visual experience for other people? And when you take drugs, it's obviously more of an independent experience where you're going through it. But how do I get into a more of a cinematic kind of experience? I'm a big fan of his style of film. I love how distinct everything is. And you're right, you do. Even Irreversible from this decade, really powerful film. Of course, the one scene that everyone remembers is, I think it didn't need to go on that long or even be shown in that way. But Enter the Void is probably his best film, I would say, that he's done. Climax was I mean, he just I Stand Alone, another one that I shared with you of what he's done. I haven't seen Love, but he's one of those filmmakers. Again, I just want to see what he's going to do next, because he's going to do something crazy. Just a great interview to watch. If you just look up Gaspar Noé, interviews, you're going to find just him saying whatever about drugs and filming and all that kind of stuff. So I had it on my just honorable mentions that I was going to say later on. I thought it might be on yours. I didn't say it, but definitely a great, powerful film.
Yeah, I think it's
it's insane. It's an insane movie, and he pulled off something exceptional. That's my number 9.
My number 9 is, again, staying in the 2000s. Like I said, just a great year for movies for various reasons. This one I remember seeing in theaters. I think I saw it with my mom and dad, or maybe just my father, and just the music was stunning, the way that it was used. And this movie came out obviously the same year as Gladiator, and these two soundtracks, this film and Gladiators, were kind of going head to head for what was going to win Best Original Score. And because this won, I was kind of bitter because I wanted Gladiator to win Best Original Score. But when I go back 20 years later and I still think Gladiator is a better soundtrack. I love it. But the music in this movie is just so powerful, and the way it carries everything. I am a big fan of martial arts, and the way that, obviously the way that this movie uses martial arts. And one of my favorite actresses, Michelle Yeoh, is in it as well. And it's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, directed by Ang Lee.
That's I haven't seen that cover before.
I just got this Blu-ray actually earlier in the year, so I don't know if they just put an edition, but
good.
Just the choreography, the ballet kind of elements of the film, the grace, the beauty, the fury. It's got all those things mixed in. It's a very violent film. It's a very beautiful film. The ending still is very emotional when I watch it. The way, have you seen it? You've seen it?
Yeah, I should just watch it again before I even make any more comments. Like you know,
I mean, again, it's not for everyone, but just me being a fan of kind of Chinese cinema in general, Hong Kong cinema and martial arts, I thought it was just a beautiful film. And Ang Lee, I love him in general. And another movie of his that I really really love from this era is Hulk. I think it's one of the most underrated superhero films ever made, and I think that film deserves more recognition. Of course, this is like the era of the superhero movie really emerging. But Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I didn't watch any of the spin-offs. They did a bunch of spin-offs of this where I think Netflix did a follow-up to it. But I have the basically this movie inspired movies after this where it became cool to show martial arts, wire work. So this is kind of post Matrix, but another movie that I just Hero. I don't know if you saw that one with Jet
Great.
Li.
Great.
That Hero, I would say, and House of Flying Daggers and Fearless, those were all coming into the shadow of Crouching Tiger because of how successful this movie was. Really financially successful, critically successful. I just think a powerful piece of film, and my favorite Ang Lee movie too, which there's a lot to choose from. But
Yeah.
from the year 2000, we have Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon,
Yeah, man.
one of my favorites.
Gangster. Very good. Very
Yeah.
good. I don't think the 2003 Hulk is good. I watched it last week after you brought it up again, and I was like, I'm gonna give it another watch, kind of see. Really, really good teaser trailer.
Yeah.
When he's looking in the mirror and that whole kind of thing. It's hard. I could see why I could appreciate it more, and the editing and like the cutting it in half, like the comic book kind of flow. Nick Nolte, I still enjoy. He's kind of wild and kind of crazy. I just don't think I cared for Eric Bana in it. I don't care for the ending where he's just in the jungle and he's speaking Brazilian or Spanish, saying you're gonna make me angry again. I remember being too excited for it and then kind of being disappointed. I remember being on the tram at Universal Studios and we got to see an exclusive clip because we were there. This is like before internet and shit like that. And I remember I was just so hyped for it. And then we saw it at Regal on like the Thursday or midnight showing. And I remember just being like flat. I felt flat about it. I think your villain is important, really important. And the dynamic with the villain was kind of rough.
And I'm in the minority. That's why I know a lot of people don't
Yeah.
enjoy it, but I do. I love the it's one of the most comic book films made because of the way he used the panels and the editing. Again, Jennifer Connelly being in it is obviously great. I love her performance coming right off of Beautiful Mind. Eric Bana, yeah, I mean, they probably could have picked someone that was better than him, but for me, it's a flawed film without question. There's definitely problems with it, and I always say that last 15 minutes, 20 minutes, that battle between Nick Nolte and Eric Bana is just unnecessary. If you take that out, I think it would have maybe softened some of the other moments of the movie. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want to talk too much about that one, but Crouching Tiger to me is one that still holds up really well.
Yeah.
I think it's a powerful film and really sparked that era of martial arts movies coming back internationally, where you'll make it in Hong Kong, you'll make it in China, you'll make it somewhere else, and people will still go and watch it. Because watching movies with subtitles, for it to do as well as this movie did financially, was really rare. It didn't always happen. And you fast forward to 2019, movies like Parasite, it wasn't a big financial hit, but people went to go see it. And when you talk about American audiences, to get them to go watch a film with subtitles in the movie theaters is not always an easy thing to do. So I just really respect Ang Lee and Crouching Tiger. Again, another soundtrack that I owned. And I did see it again maybe like 3 or 4 months ago. And it's still like I said, it's got amazing action. It's got choreography. It's got fury. It's got beauty. It's got grace. It's got all these things mixed together. So it was easy for me to put it in the 10. It was just like I always say, where is it going to be? So from a number 9, sticking with the year 2000, we have Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
I think that was my first foreign film in theaters, like with subtitles. If I really kind of sit and think about it. I think you nailed it saying that. I don't remember. I remember it was like one of those because of the hype. It had the wide release. I went to go see it, and this is 2002.
2000.
Okay, so I'm like maybe 9 or 10 when I saw it in theaters, and then I've only watched it once since then. That was probably my first film with subtitles in theaters.
It might have been for a lot of people, because that movie carried a lot of attention. And if I remember correctly, I think, it's Sony Pictures Classic. They were so good at putting this stuff out, and it got a lot of awards attention. It won a few Oscars, Best Foreign Film, Music, things like that. So I think it was that era where the Oscars really carried weight, and if something won or was nominated, you went to go see it.
Right.
In that era, that was what obviously Harvey Weinstein was good at doing, was generating that interest of nominations equals good, which means go watch it. And I think that was kind of from his era of, I would say, English Patient, Shakespeare in Love, all the way through even the last films that he did before all this stuff happened. I think he was the master of getting you to go see a film, even though it wasn't. You go back and you go, oh, I don't think it was that good. But like Cold Mountain, I still don't know why people think it's a solid movie, but I don't think it's great. But a lot of people love it because he got that hype for, oh, go see Cold Mountain. It's, Chocolat, I think it was another movie that came out this year, 2000, the Johnny Depp one, was another that he kind of pushed, hey, go see it. It's great, but it wasn't that good to me. But
yeah, that's gnarly. I always get hungry when I watch that film, The Chocolat. It's very, the treats look good. Cool, man. So that was your number 9.
Yep.
My number 8 is, I can probably guarantee it's in your top 10. It's probably closer to your. This is one where out of all of the movies we probably talked about, I have a feeling we were in the same theater for at one point. We just didn't know it. I really think we were for this one. I saw it at AMC. I just remember things like Joaquin Phoenix's character really standing out to me. Certain shots like permanently stayed with me in a more cinematic way that I didn't even realize, where things like the scene with the wheat and the hand and the thumbs up and the thumbs down, using the tigers, not lions, right? They're tigers, right?
Yeah.
Thank you for confirming. I remember seeing the tigers and not understanding how it was so real looking and how it felt like we're really in this danger, and the camera was really close to the animal. And it just felt like this is the definition of a hero's journey, this film right here. If you're going to say, give me one movie to give me the hero's journey, I think I'll give them Gladiator. I don't think there's much that comes close. You can probably say Braveheart or things like that, but I think Gladiator is your number 1 as far as that structure and the epicness that you need. Yeah, I think it's a exceptional film. I am not that excited for the sequel. I don't think we need a sequel.
We're just not going to talk about it. We're just going to pretend like it's not going to happen.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think Gladiator is a really special film for me.
I think it's like you almost take it. I almost personally take it for granted, where I always love the film so much, but then when I have conversations with you and I hear your passion behind it, I almost just think like, oh, I really do like it, but I don't necessarily love it. I do. It's a great movie, man. Like, it's just super epic and well done,
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I know we could. That's why I'm like, maybe we'll just wait to talk about it more when it comes up for you. You know,
it's not on my list. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's an exceptional film. And I remember things like when he picks up the the dirt before battle. I did that on set, like when we went and filmed the Western out in the or when we did the desert scene, I had my little moment where I like grabbed it, kind of felt the soil and kind of connected myself with the earth. And it's movies like that probably have that influence on me, Yeah.
That's the thing that I love about the movie is, bringing up nature, his connection to nature and being a farmer, and even the opening of the film, the way that he looks at the bird and he smiles as the bird goes away, but then he looks over to the field and sees that I got to handle business.
Right.
and he's angry that the battle and the war is taking him away from the things that he loves, which is his family, and which is obviously nature and soil and being a farmer. So I just love a movie that is so brutal. I mean, just the name of it alone, it's, you automatically think of violence, right? When someone says gladiator, it's physical violence.
Yeah.
But to have depth behind it emotionally is, I think, why I connected so well to it. But just since you brought that element up, I wanted to make sure
Yeah.
I didn't forget about it. But
Yeah.
I echo everything that you said, of course.
And I'm pretty sure you and I saw this. We didn't know it, but like I think we were in the same theater,
That
AMC.
was crazy. Yeah, AMC 20.
Yeah, and it was like the opening Friday, opening day. That
I saw it the Saturday that it came out.
Oh shit.
So
maybe not.
yeah, maybe not, but we cross paths at some point. We're watching, definitely. I mean, yeah, this movie, I remember the whole situation of it too. My father, I think I told this to you before, he had to go get his car, like some oil check or something on his car at the Ford on PCH.
Yeah.
And there was no Uber and stuff didn't exist. So we had to wait for maybe 5-6 hours. And we just thought, oh, what should we go watch? And I said, oh, Gladiator. And he still jokes to me about it this day. He goes, I took you to see the film. And I said, no, I'm the one that suggested it. He goes, well, who took you there? And I go, of course, I'm like 15 years old. How am I going to drive myself? I don't even have a car. So we ended up walking to the AMC. It was Saturday morning. And yeah, it impacted me immediately. And of course, if you walk into where I live or anywhere I've ever lived, you're going to see, I can see the poster here. I can see another drawing. We have the signed Russ
Yeah, man.
thing back there. And I have many other things, but yes, great choice.
And we'll talk more. We'll talk more when it comes up.
Choice.
That was my number 8. And the other reason why it's also another bonus for me was when Johnny Cash watched that film, that's what made him want to pick Joaquin Phoenix for the movie. So there's some fun little threads there for me that make it a little more personal.
Yeah, I remember reading that. He said, "Oh, he's gonna play him. That's cool because he liked Gladiator." Yeah.
Awesome. That was my number 8 from 2000.
My number 8, I don't have the DVD because I realized my brother has it or is borrowing or he's somewhere in his room. But you mentioned it earlier. I just love this movie. There are flaws. It's not a perfect film, but I don't care because, again, talking about a soundtrack that I own and listen to all the time. Who do we bring up again? Nick Cave, Warren Ellis, who just unbelievable when you talk about the ways they can make music for a film. When you talk about the cinematography, I can't even. There's so many scenes from this movie that I'm just want to show people. But in my class, I sometimes show the train sequence. So Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford from 2007, I have as my number 8. And Roger Deakins has done a lot of great films in terms of cinematography, Sicario being one of my favorites, of course. But I think this one, I don't know, for me, it might be the best one that he's ever done. When you talk about the fisheye lenses, the look, that scene on the train where you get the image of all the Jesse James's gang with those like hood things that they have on, almost looks like potato sacks. I just think that's one of the greatest 3 to 4 minutes you're ever going to see in a movie. And the way that the train, it's like mounted on almost a dolly, and the train comes forward. They start robbing people on the train. The way the music comes in with the light. I mean, it's just the narration, I think, was so powerful. The way that they used it. I loved the way that it was shown. Obviously, the visuals in general. And I know Roger Deakins has been wanting this for some reason for Criterion to put out the extended. He talks about this so much, and that's cool. I mean, that shows how much he loves the film. And I think Andrew Dominic deserved to do more. And I know I've heard things that he's hard to work with or whatever, but I love Killing Them Softly. I love Chopper. I love, there's a bunch of movies of his that I really like. But this one, for me, when you talk about this era, immediately impacted me. I remember when I was working at Borders, I just bought it because I thought, oh, it's cool, Jesse James, let me check it out. And I liked Chopper. So I just went and bought it. and I watched it immediately, and I got so excited. And we used to have a TV in our break room where it had DVD player in it. Of course, I always promoted it, and I gathered people around to watch that scene of the train robbery. So that was one of my first instances of teaching or showing, and I just would share it with so many people. And over the years, I just enjoy it more and more. And it's another one of those things, and you talked about Brad Pitt as one of your favorite actors. He's not one of my favorite actors, but he comes up in a lot of movies that I love.
Yeah.
Snatch,
Right.
Jesse, you know what I mean? And Tree of Life. So it just shows he's a very good actor, and a lot of great filmmakers want to use him. And I think he does great in this film. And Casey Affleck as kind of that weasel
Yeah.
character, I think he pulls it off really well. Really understated performance. Of course, Manchester by the Sea, he's the main character, so he got the Oscar for that. But he was great in this too. And even Nick Cave has a small cameo in it. So for me, it's great to see him thrown in the movie as well.
When's the cameo?
It's when they're in the bar, and it's towards the end of the movie, and he comes in and starts singing to basically talking about Jesse James being killed and how Robert Ford is a coward. And he's sitting there and he's kind of hunches over thinking like, I just killed Jesse James and I'm not a hero for it. So really powerful film. Again, when you talk about cinematography, if you're interested in studying cinematography, this is a must see in the history of film, not just this decade, but you have to see the way that the visuals are shot. And of course, music, everything, performances. So for me, number 8, Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford.
On the Team Deacons podcast, there's an episode specifically where it's called Turning the Tables, where they don't have someone they question that day. They question a film of Roger Deakins movies that he's done, and they'll bring in a cinematographer. Greg Fraser came in, I think, for this one specifically. And just a couple random things that kind of came up when you were talking. On the train sequence, 2 things that came up was he budgeted a ton for that scene specifically. And Andrew Dominic was really upset because the day of filming, they realized the train was really, really small. It was like a tiny, petite looking train. And then Deakins was like, oh, don't worry, I'll frame it. We'll put it low and we'll make it look as big as possible. And I guess like Andrew Dominic was still really upset about it. And then like kind of slowly got used to seeing the footage and the look of it. And when you think of that clip, you don't see a tiny train though.
No, not at all.
So it's cool. I'm happy we're tricked as the audience, and the filmmaker can kind of relax. And then they had another discussion, which is a really interesting discussion I had with Nathan, was what do you want to see when you say dark? Like, do you want it to be like nighttime where you can't see them, or dark where you could see them but it looks like nighttime? Or if it's completely black but then light comes, you get a little light. Like, they had a funny discussion on what do you mean by dark? What do you mean by like nothing or seeing it? And it's just kind of funny where there is huge differences in that conversation. There's so many different ways to go about that. And then the first time I ever saw that movie, I went to Blockbuster. I remember it was in the A section, and it was like Brad Pitt was on the cover. And I maybe at the first time just wasn't mature enough to even grasp what I was watching. I thought it was very slow. I thought it was a very long movie, not a lot of action. And then as I've revisited through the years, and then have kind of taken in all of Andrew Dominic's work, it's a great film. It's a great film.
I mean, it's definitely it's on the longer side, but I'm not surprised to hear about the Roger Deakins story of being creative and making it look different than what it actually is in real life. And that's what makes him one of the best in history. And I think I just read the other day, he became knighted. So now he's Sir Roger Deakins. Address him by his official title. So
Makes sense.
I think this is a movie that more people should check out. And hopefully Criterion does put it out. I mean, it's got all the makings of it. And when you got someone like Deakins that's supporting it so much,
right,
imagine the special features you can put together for him just talking about the visualization of this movie. I think would be just amazing to see. So hopefully that'll happen.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's a really good one, man. That's a really good number 8.
My number 7?
You're number 7.
Number 7. When when I bought my Bulldog back in the day, I sold all my DVDs to be able to buy my Bulldog. And then I only owned one DVD. It was the only DVD I kept, and I watched it for years and still watch it. And like this will be the giveaway for you probably. I liked it so much I have it tattooed on my body. My film is directed by Nicholas Winding Refn. It's a one-man show. It's Tom Hardy in the movie Bronson. And I think initially too, like in my psychology, growing up watching Charlie Bronson films is what had my attention from the right off the gate. It just being called Bronson, and then looking up that he did take the name The Prisoner because of Charlie Bronson, and he wanted that persona. And so, yeah, it was the only DVD I owned for a really long time, and it's not a Blu-ray, it's just like a regular copy. And I didn't get to see it in theaters. I remember the first time I saw it, it ended, and I just hit play again. I didn't own it yet. It was like on a Netflix thing or some kind of rental. And I remember just immediately needing to kind of digest it again. When Ryan first started kind of grabbing into acting a little bit and trying to grasp something a little bit, we did monologues from that film. And he would go up to strangers and use monologues from that movie. And Bronson's a big one for me. And it's almost the opposite of the hero's journey, kind of a little bit, right? Or no? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, I mean, in the traditional sense, if
Right.
you're thinking of it in terms of the Hollywood version, but yeah, I mean, I can see someone making a case for that.
Yeah, so it's funny to have like Gladiator and then to have Bronson, but it's essentially these like alpha males that I'm attracted to, or like the guidance of being confident, you know, is it goes a long way. I can kind of see in my like track record of what I'm attracted to, you know.
Yeah, and that's one of the, and actually I thought it was gonna be higher up on your list because I have my written down. But I had the DVD or Blu-ray here because I wanted to show you that I do like this movie. So you know, I
Yeah.
have-
Oh yeah.
hold it up for you.
Cover.
Right there.
Yeah.
Of course, we know if you walk into your house, there's a lot of love for Bronson through animals and
Yeah.
posters and tattoos.
Yeah.
And then I just had the Chopper one right next to
Oh,
it. So I
such a good, yeah. No,
this
those
is like a good double feature to talk about Andrew Dominic a second ago. But yeah, I mean, it's probably one of the few Tom Hardy performances that I really like. But Nicholas Winding Refn is, I think, was such a perfect person to direct this, and truly, really a one-man show. I think it's a great film that more and more people I think are discovering over the years as they go back and Tom Hardy gets bigger and they check out his early work. But I would say Chopper, Bronson, it's kind of like their romper stomper for Russell Crowe.
Yeah.
It's the movie that kind of cemented them as, okay, here's here's a new actor, British, Australian, whatever it might be. So I knew it was going to come up. I'm going to be honest, I thought it was going to be higher, but
Cool. Yeah.
that's just, of course, we were surprising each other anyway. But I had it. I'm looking at my list right now, and you've said like 3 of them already, 3 or 4. I did my 5 that I thought it was going to be, and then I have like 5 or 6 that I thought you were going to mention, and you've already mentioned like 5 of them, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm not doing well.
There's one that we both haven't said yet. I'm really curious about, but it'll come up. Yeah, man, that's my number 7. You know, from 2008, and yeah, that was a big one for me too, as far as like gains in the gym too. Like I remember the special features on the DVD. Tom Hardy's best friend would have him do these things where it was like a push-up, but then you went to your fist, and then while you're in a push-up position on your fist, you could do like a skull crusher. And I remember like training and going off of that. And it's kind of before internet started kicking up. And then I remember there's a story. I'll make this kind of quick. The story on the special features, and it's Tom Hardy talking about he didn't get to meet Charlie Bronson in person, but they would do phone calls. And Charlie Bronson would call over and over again and like stack up all these voicemails on his home phone and kind of fill up the box. And then one time he finally got a hold of him, and Tom Hardy sharing this story about he's going through a breakup with his girlfriend, and that you know, he's having a hard time. They're kind of let things go. They're trying to move on. And then Tom Hardy says out of nowhere, Charlie Bronson goes, "Do you remember the wells? Do you remember?" Or no, he goes, "Do you remember the floods?" And he goes, "What?" He goes, "The floods, you know, or the thing in the UK where everyone drowned." And then they name off the specific incident. And Tom Hardy's like, "Yeah, like what about it?" He goes, "Do you remember the boy that drowned?" And he's like, "Yeah, what about it?" He goes, "That wouldn't have happened to me." he goes, I would have told them, cut it off now. And like referring to he's a survivor and that you have to cut a piece of yourself off sometimes to grow. And so it's funny how like these Count of Monte Cristos or these Bronsons or these little moments are kind of teaching moments for me that I use into this day. And so whenever I'm having a going through something like that, not a breakup, but something like that where it's a loss, but we have to cut a piece of ourselves off to grow, that story comes up for me. And just that like mentality. And the Charlie Bronson, the UK prisoner, wrote these books, and I read all the books. Solitary Fitness is an awesome book where if you only had a ground, how could you train? How could you work out? And so it just did a lot for me more than a movie, you know. It was good. Yeah.
And I've seen that book you have of his too, right? The one that he wrote. I think that's that's sums up him as a character, as a person in general. So yeah, I knew it would be in the 10. So of course I know how much you enjoyed that film.
Yeah.
Good to hear the stories behind it though. That's always the fun thing, that you know, it's one thing to like a film or be one of your favorites, but Count of Monte Cristo, all the things you said, it's some of those little things have more of an impact than it has on others, because we experience movies at different times, different mental states, different ages, and settings, and you know, all that kind of stuff that goes into it plays a big part. Is where we see the film, who we see it with, when are we watching it, how old are we? It's all fuses together.
Yeah. I watched Bronson for the first time on a little TV in Colorado, and I had a place with like 4 guys, and it was kind of a sketchy setup, and people were kind of stealing from each other in the house. It's kind of a really gnarly setup. And so I arranged it where I had no door handle. All I had was a knob for you to put a key in, and with a lock, and it would just go doom, doom. That's the only way to get in. It was kind of gnarly. I bolted this door. So I was the only one that didn't have any issues with that, because I just kept my shit on tight. And then, yeah, if I'm watching Bronson, no one's messing with me. I'm like, I'm on a persona on my own, you know? Yeah, that's my number 7, man.
And you now have the Blu-ray of it, right? Or you own it?
I don't. I only have the DVD still. Yeah, it's okay. I know. I saw that right away.
It's gonna come your way.
Cool, man. Cool. Yeah. No, it's.
I like the movie, but someone that loves it as much as you should own it over me.
Yeah.
And also, we can just take a look at the mustache and the look. Of course, I think we have some inspiration going on. So
yeah.
You deserve to own the copy of that one. Right. That was your 7, right?
Yes, and we're on your number 7 now.
Number 7. You mentioned it earlier before, and I actually think some of the things that you might think I have is not there, because you've mentioned almost the rest of my 10 already.
Okay.
Kind of your honorable mentions. My number 7, I won't do a big intro because we just talked about it, but Gangs in New York at number 7. When you talk about flawed, of course, I mentioned it earlier, and it's got the old school 2 set with the Academy Award and all that kind of stuff. This movie, when I saw it, impacted me immediately. I remember seeing it in theaters.
Which theater?
AMC.
Okay.
Yeah, 20. That was our go-to theater, and Daniel Day-Lewis just blew me away. I had already loved him. Last Mohicans is one of my favorite movies. Obviously, In the Name of the Father, My Left Foot, so many great films. The Boxer, yeah, all that. But this movie, this performance, it would just, I couldn't believe somebody could put something like that on screen and get into a character like that. So the opening of the film, as you mentioned, in the snow, the brutality of the blood being splattered on the white of the snow, kind of representing the loss of innocence for him as a young boy. And the production design on this film, I always talk about this when I talk about this film to people, is I felt like they should have left that up, because it was like a artwork, almost like being in a museum, the way that they had designed those buildings. Dante Ferretti, the production designer, like that shot where you see everybody in, like it's almost like on different floors, the camera pans back. That's all in camera. There's no CGI. There's not any there's a little bit of CGI in the film when they show the progression of New York over the 100 years. It's more of kind of showing it, but and of course it was very powerful because it was post 9/11. So the images of the World Trade Center and all that made it more powerful, being a movie about New York and coming out a year after. This is a movie that, again, I would love to see that longer cut, because I know there's more in there, but great performances. Again, a soundtrack that I owned. Leonardo DiCaprio, this was him really first time cementing his relationship with Martin Scorsese, and him being cast in this film is the only reason why he even got a bigger budget to make this movie in the first place, because Scorsese was not making big budget movies. Go look at his movies from the 80s and 90s. It's all character studies, Goodfellas, Casino, maybe a little bit more, but when you look at Bringing Out the Dead or, Kundun and all these
Right.
movies,
You're right.
they're not Cape Fear. He's not making massive, big
Yeah.
science fiction worlds, but because DiCaprio respected Scorsese so much and wanted to work with him, and of course, coming off Titanic, this is only 2-3 years after, or 5 years after, but he's hot off that, the biggest film of all time. That's where Miramax and I think they were the only ones that produced it, but why Weinstein gave him a little bit more money. Of course, the film financially didn't do as well. I think it was still his biggest financial hit for his career. And then he does, of course, The Aviator, which is another great film from this era. The Departed, you mentioned. And then speaking of The Departed, I also want to mention Infernal Affairs. Did you ever see that? Where it was the original of The Departed.
Is it Korean film or no?
It's a Hong Kong film.
Okay.
Andy Lau, Alan Mack are the two directors of it. But of course, Scorsese in any decade is going to put out quality. And we talked about him for the previous decade with Irishman and Wolf of Wall Street and all that Silence. But this film, for me, I remember seeing it in theaters and I just wanted to see it again. I was kind of at that age where it was hard to, now if I want to see something, I can go to the movie and watch it twice or streaming. But this movie, I just remember I wanted to see it again after seeing it. And just sharing it with my family. I know my mom is a big fan of the film and the soundtrack as well. But it was one of those movies that really cemented my interest in film. I remember I had a magazine, I think it was Empire magazine, because that was like the way you would get information about international film. And I think it was Empire, it might have been something else, but they had basically kind of like a fold out poster in it. Yeah. And I took it out and I put it up on my wall, and it was on my wall for many, many years. I don't know where it is now, but it was a summary of the film, and it was a picture of Daniel Day-Lewis. So a movie that really impacted me in a big way. It is not a perfect film. I mentioned earlier the casting is a little bit off, but I can watch that movie anytime. It's just great. When you're talking about one of the great performances, I mentioned earlier There Will Be Blood. It's the similar performance, kind of the vicious, the brutality, the yelling, the violence. But I think Gangs of New York, he does it so much better, and deserved to win the Oscar there over There Will Be Blood. But hey, he's great in anything that he does. So for me, number 7, 2002, my favorite Scorsese film from this era. But of course, The Departed is great.
Right.
Theater is great. So it's hard to choose just one, but that's my favorite.
Yeah, I was coming from the same place. Couple random little talking points. When you said the set design and they should have kept it or keep some of it, they did. And I got to see it in Rome at Cinecittà.
Cinecittà, yeah.
And we illegally walked on to it. We weren't supposed to be on the set. And Kendrick kept kind of tiptoey, kind of walking slow. And I was like, just act confident, act like we're not doing anything wrong. And I have a picture of on the set, and we like,
yeah, I was fine with not doing the tour because it didn't line up with the times. But then they said the Gangs of New York set is in the very back. We essentially just walked as if we were staff and just walked through it confidently. And then at one point I was like, I snuck in a picture. And that was a really, it was like one of the outdoor sets, nothing that really stood out of like someone's location or someone's home, but it was just one of the outdoor sets they kept. And it looked nice. But yeah,
I remember you telling me that when you guys went to Rome. I mean, I haven't been there myself, but
yeah,
I almost feel like all the sets people should be able to walk through just because of the historical accuracy and the texture and what. I just think the production design is unbelievable. So if you have that picture, definitely share it.
Okay, yeah, it was cool. It was a fun one. And
then I just wanted to comment on. Roger Deakins thinks his most underrated film that people don't see or appreciate is Kundun.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought that was interesting for him to say it and really push it, because I didn't even know it was a Scorsese film or even a Deakins film for a long time.
Most people don't, because it doesn't have the elements of violence and
Italian
gangs,
mob, right?
all that kind of stuff that we think of. Silence is in the same boat. Hugo is in the same boat. You don't think, most people don't even know, oh, Hugo is a kind of a kids film. You don't associate that with Scorsese. Even King of Comedy's got more crime in it, but After Hours, he's being as great as he's been for so long, you're going to experiment with different styles of film. So Kundun is definitely overlooked. Even Bringing Out the Dead, I think, is overlooked. I think he did that right afterwards.
Bringing Out the Dead. I love that. I watched it this year. It was a good movie.
Yep.
My number 6 is from 2008. I don't think either one of us have brought this movie up yet. This is my summer blockbuster film. This is like back in the day where you'd have to wait outside for the movie, and then they let you into the theater and you try to get whatever seats you could get. I have distinct memories of Greg's older brother Kyle picking us up. All 4 or 5 of us loaded up in a car driving up to Regal. Great opening scene. A whole new level up as far as your superhero film and what you can do, and even be in the mix of being nominated through the Academy and have acknowledgement from the Oscars like that. The Dark Knight is my number 6. It almost like kind of comes and goes where we don't appreciate as much anymore because there's so much filler of superhero movies, but this is the ultimate. This is what made the hype for the third one so insane, because how good the second one was. It was a perfect build up to end Batman Begins with the Joker card, and then to give us this sequel. A lot of times where you have multiple villains in a movie, no one could balance it right. He did a nice balance of juggling all the different villains in the film. I don't have like any negative things to say about The Dark Knight. The only thing I didn't care is sometimes the Batman voice, how he would Rachel, he would kind of deepen his voice a little bit. It's the only little thing that I don't care for those films. Everything besides that it's flawless. The Dark Knight's like the last summer blockbuster I appreciated going to the movies for, because even when the third one came out, I was in Colorado. That's when the shooting happened. So it was like it was all kind of over. That when the last Harry Potter came out is kind of when it was all done, waiting outside for the theater. So this was like my final summer blockbuster with my buddies.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think Batman Begins is the best of the 3. I really enjoy that one the most. I think this is the one that people love. I just don't think it's as good as when you look at all-time lists or IMDb 250. It's like number 6, 5, or what it is anymore. But it's good, but not that good. To paraphrase a line from Gladiator. Big fans will know what I'm referring to. But it's visually great. I mean, Christopher Nolan this decade, some of the other ones I didn't mention, but Memento I love, which is a great film of his that is from this era. I love Insomnia. I think that one is so underrated. I think people should see that. I don't really care for The Prestige, but Batman Begins is awesome. I think as an intro film, it's one of the best origin superhero movies you're going to see. And of course, Christian Bale's great, Liam Neeson. This Dark Knight, it's good. Of course, I can always watch it because the visuals are amazing. Heath Ledger is very good in it as well. Obviously, his last performance, which is a great way to if that's going to be your last performance, right. That's one hell of a way to kind of leave. Of course, you never want to see anyone pass away at all, but he definitely left his impact. And I think people really love that film. And it's like one of the things that bothers me about this movie. It's a movie that I don't know what Christopher Nolan's doing, because between Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, it's sparking all these anarchy people to reference the movie when they do something. Correct. Like they'll quote the Joker and Necessary Evil and I don't know why, but it's become almost like the rallying cry of anarchy and referencing it and the lines and dressing up as Joker and people thinking they're the Joker. And the Joker in general has become this thing of like shootings and things, which I think is just, I don't know. It's not Christopher Nolan's fault. It's audiences interpreting it a certain way, but that's how much of an impact it had. And it was a big hit financially. I think a lot of people were pushing it for Best Picture nominee. I don't think it got it, if I remember correctly, but everyone wanted it to be, this is so great. And I remember it being compared to Heat, the way that he did a lot of the bank robbing scenes, which I thought was inspired by it, but I think he did it in a more gritty, way, but it's still, I mean, when you talk about Christopher Nolan, everything is done in camera. So when he has the truck going down, it's like he's really doing it. Or even talking about Tenet,
Yeah.
that 747 is a real 747 that he's crashing through that building.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He went and actually bought a 747. So
They're blowing up the building. They're blowing up the hospital.
yeah,
They're,
exactly. Right.
There's the scene where he like there's just moments in it that I like love, and when Heath Ledger first escapes and he has his head out the window
Yeah.
and he's wet, his hair is wet, and he's like a dog, you know, he's like this animal. There's just moments in it that I think are a really fun blend of Hollywood merging with superhero films and making a mature version of that world, you know.
I love that, whatever that 7-second clip of him, because I don't think there's any sound being played, right? Isn't it?
Oh, and the car's like kind of going squiggly, you know, it's going squirrely a little bit. And the body movements he does with his tongue and his hair, he's like an animal. It's like animal-like characteristics, and like Yojimbo stuff.
And that's one of those moments I think that film school students want to mimic somehow. I feel like that's one of those, how do I get my moment of that? But it did it in such a naturalistic way. And I share one of the scenes that I like to show in my class is the confrontation between Batman and Joker in the city where he comes with the motorcycle.
And I remember
the way that Wally Feister had framed that, and obviously Christopher Nolan, the buildings and the positions and the power and all that, the visuals are great, and the soundtrack is also, of course, very powerful. You hear temp tracks of it or similar sounding in a lot of movies and commercials over the years. So if I had to pick one between the three, Batman Begins is my favorite, but of course I think I'm in the minority. I think Dark Knight, people are just all-time great 10 films they'll select it. And I'm not on that boat, but I appreciate what he did in terms of the in-camera stuff and not really relying on CGI, and everything is what you see is what it is. And I had it written down as one I thought was in your 5.
I don't think either one of us are going to bring these movies up, but I almost feel like because of the era we're talking about, Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter should probably just be said during this. They're not in my mix, but they're game changing as far as like, you know.
Yeah, I don't care for. I'm one of the few people.
I'm in the same.
My whole family loves the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit. All of that. It's one of my dad's favorite. We bought him like 10 different shirts of Lord of the Rings. My younger brother was that era that grew up with Harry Potter, so he had all the books, and they were one thing I remember about the Harry Potter films is they were such great holiday movies, Thanksgiving and Christmas. We went with my family, I think, because there was an era where every other year it was Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter. Yeah. And I remember that. I think that was the fun thing, is being able to watch it for the holidays and things. But I never really got into working in a bookstore. Ironically, those are two of the books that people love. But I like Fellowship of the Ring, the first one, but I don't really care for the other two. And The Hobbit, it's got good moments, but we're probably in the minority, probably less Harry Potter. I know people don't care for it as an all-time great, but Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, people go crazy for these movies. And I understand that. I respect Peter Jackson, and he was the first to digitize big battle sequences. Because if you go back and watch Lawrence of Arabia, or movies like El Cid and 10 Commandments or Ben-Hur, they're real people that are there. That's actual, Spartacus, hundreds and hundreds of people. This was the first film that took like a 20,000 battle sequence and just made it all digital, which again, I'm not a fan of that, but that's the evolution. When you look at the Marvel movies, the battle sequences, the Avengers, that's what everyone is doing now, is actually doing it through a digital process. So I'm not the biggest fans of those, but I'm in the minority.
Well, I just feel like the only reason why I brought them up is I feel like if there was a third party here, they would probably be in their top 10. Lord of the Rings is like, or Harry Potter is huge for people. And I just think it should probably come up in this decade, even knowing it's probably not. I thought you would say it the way you described it. Yeah.
Well, there's so many more that I probably didn't even list that could be potentially
personal. Yeah. It's our personal experiences, our personal list where,
of course.
Your number 6, please.
My number 6 is a great segue because we just talked about Christopher Nolan, and we talked about Lord of the Rings, and I'll tell you the connection in a second. But this movie for me um, impacted me in a huge way in terms of wanting to study film, get into film, make films or whatever. Just I wanted to be involved with movies somehow because of this film. And it's a movie where I know Christopher Nolan is a big fan of it because he took whatever you want to say, a lot of the, the sound designer, the editor, some of the crew members on his own film. And this film came out the same year as Return of the King. And this was the year Return of the King, I think, won 11 Oscars. And this movie was the only other film to win Oscars that year too, which
Oh,
angered me because
sorry.
I think it should have won more, but it still got two. And it's Master and Commander,
Yeah.
the Far Side of the World
Cool, man.
film.
Yeah.
I had the little, had the special. I had to get the special one with all the, it's got the little compass in it and everything.
That's
So
a beautiful DVD.
yeah,
That's beautiful.
this is an old school one too, so they put a lot of time and effort into it. I just love this movie. I love the visuals. Again, a soundtrack that I was playing all the time. Being able to see it at a special screening with Peter Weir, going up and talking to Peter Weir and shaking his hand and just getting a couple words from him, even though it was a few sentences, was kind of like, I think it was the first time I ever met a director in my life, and let alone the guy who's just a legend that I love.
Yeah.
And it just, the fusion of shaking his hand and what he transferred into me was kind of like, oh, because to be honest with you, when I finished high school, I went to El Camino. I was actually studying medicine. I was taking physics I was taking crazy science classes. And I always loved movies, and I never thought about like as a career in movies. But there were two things that kind of propelled me to do it. Number one, or three things I should say. One was going to Universal Studios, because I grew up on the East Coast, so New York and Connecticut. We always loved movies, but we never thought about where they make movies and just the magic behind it. And when we moved out here, we went to Universal Studios like once a month. We had the year pass, and I would look at the lot and I would say, oh my God, this is where they filmed this, and Back to the Future. And if you've never been exposed to that, it kind of just blew me away. And the second thing was in 2003, going to this screening. And I remember after that, I think I went up to my parents, or we had a conversation. I go, I want to study film. I want to go into that world. And my parents, always being supportive, they didn't say, what are you talking? They said, as long as you give 100%, you're going to actually enjoy doing this, then go ahead and do it. And this movie really sparked that for me. And the third thing is another movie, which, hint is going to come up later on. But when you talk about Russell Crowe, just obviously my favorite actor of all time. But this movie is just underappreciated, the way that it's about friendship. Even the little twist at the end, it's not a traditional twist that you think of when, M. Night Shyamalan and all that, who's somebody that we didn't mention, but he had some good movies in this decade. It won the Oscar for cinematography, Russell Boyd, sound design. I think this movie, the sound design is awesome. Richard King is a sound designer, and who Christopher Nolan took, and now it became his sound designer for most of his films. Lee Smith, the editor of this film, is the editor of pretty much every Christopher Nolan movie except Tenet. He didn't do that one because he was working on something else. They were the first feature film to ever shoot at the Galapagos Islands in Ecuador. So those moments where they're on the island is the first time a crew is able to actually film on the Galapagos, which I think is a very unique thing. There's two big action sequences, really kind of the beginning and the end. And I love the way that it's framed, the way that it's shown. I think Russell Crowe and Paul Bettany are awesome together as kind of friendship and evolving, and the camaraderie of being in the Navy. And I love the opening of this film, the way he uses sound. The first 4 minutes or 3 minutes, I think I mentioned this to you before, but there's no dialogue. It's all him getting you into this world of these 80 souls, as he says, being on this ship together. And it's all just noise of being on a ship, the creaks, walking around. And then all of a sudden we get introduced to Russell Crowe. He kind of ducks underneath, he comes out, and that's like his big hero shot. And I went through the special features so much on this too, because this was actually a really great set. But for me, 2003, Master and Commander at my number 6, it was easy to to put in because I knew in terms of the impact, but not just even the impact. I still think it's a great film that not a lot of people know about when you talk about great performances and things like that, visuals, the set design, the production design. They filmed it in the same tank that they filmed Titanic in. So that kind of give you an idea of the scope that they were going
Yeah.
for. And just a great all-around cast too. Not a lot of names that people know, but great character actors and music and all that.
Yeah, even when they do a lot of the ocean battles, when I'm watching Vikings right now, it doesn't look as good as Master and Commander. Some of the impractical effects look really nice in camera. Um, I always, when I have like tough talks with a friend or anybody, I'll use the kind of the line Paul Bettany says to Russell Crowe, where he's like, "Do you want me to talk to you as if you're my captain or a friend?" And I like
Yeah.
the sensitivity in that kind of dialogue, where if you have a tough talk with somebody, you do want to be aware how you're going to come across. And so you're like, what person do you need right now? You want some raw, or do you want some kind of sugarcoat? What do you need to hear right now? I just think that little subtle line goes a long way. I like those moments a lot. And like I told you, I like the morning routine where the guy wakes up and grabs an egg, out of the cage. And like, it's just cool to get an idea of like, you do think about that. They're on the boat all the time. How are they eating? And I'm glad they like fill in those blanks for me, where they don't need someone being like, what should we eat today? Instead, you can just see it. They're doing a lot of show, don't tell, yeah.
And the chemistry between Russell and Paul Bettany is really good. They look like they've been friends, and I think that's a hard thing to do. And the thing I really like about this film that maybe people don't, maybe they want something like this, but the movie doesn't really have a villain. There's no conflict in the traditional sense of, oh, it's a war film, so it's a battle between Nazis and American soldiers.
Right.
It's the backdrop it's the Napoleonic Wars, and it is kind of the French Navy, but it's just a background. It's not really the main. The main thing of this film is all these naval officers on a boat together trying to survive, and Russell Crowe, Captain Jack, being the one that brings them all together. And this was another one. Speaking of working in the bookstore, afterwards I went and bought the book because Gangs of New York. Also, there's 10 or 11 Patrick O'Brian books in this series, and I remember Russell saying that he always wanted to do a sequel and wanted to do more, but the film financially was a kind of a big loss for Fox and Miramax, so it didn't do as well. But critically, I mean, it had 10 Oscar nominations. I don't even think Russell got nominated, but really great understated performance. It's not Gladiator, it's not Insider, but I just think it's a great film, and it's got just a lot of great messages in it and visuals and the techniques, a lot of in-camera stuff. And it still holds up. Some of the visual effects of the water, I think there's a scene where one of the characters hanging off the side of the boat does not look that good. I mean, 17 years later, 18 years later, but I just love this movie. For me, number 6, easy to put in. Of course, Russell Crowe being my favorite actor, he'll come up again, as you know. So number 6, Master and Commander, Far Side of the World.
Cool, man.
And also, speaking of Peter Weir, again, another director that just stopped making movies. And I don't know why, because between Master and Commander in 2003 to now, almost 20 years later, he made only one movie called, I think it's The Way Back, with Ed Harris and Colin Farrell. It was a World War II film. Yeah. He just stopped. And I think he's such an influential director, going back to the Australian New Wave, or movies like Witness, Dead Poet Society, The Truman Show. He's done so many great films that people go, oh, that's all him? Year of Living Dangerously, Picnic at Hanging Rock, The Last Wave. So some directors you go, I wish you would make more films, but everyone's got their own kind of inspiration. So anyway, number 6, Master and Commander for me.
Nice. My film is about kind of another coming of age story. For me, I think this is, if you were to say, what's your favorite father-son film? This is it for me. This is a big one for me. Really, really good theater experience. Another one I got to see with my friends. One where I didn't know what I was signing up for because of the track record of this filmmaker. Mm-hmm. You know that you're probably going to get something kind of bizarre and weird and funky. But on this structure, we got kind of a Hollywood style structure of a film, but it's also based off of a book. And I think that's why it's so well done, because this director had a really good blueprint to go off of. I love the negativity that the son has for his father, but then how everything kind of wraps up at the end. And the film is. Do you want to take a crack at it?
I was trying to think because I was thinking, oh, Spike Jones. I was thinking of like who has the, but an adaptation doesn't fit in there, and neither does Eternal Sunshine. Well, that was Michel Gondry anyway. He didn't direct it. I don't know which father and
Oh,
son.
cool. My film is from 2003. It's called Big Fish.
Oh yeah, of course. I was going to mention that when you brought up Coraline with
Yeah,
Tim Burton. Yeah, of
right,
course.
right, right.
Great film.
It's a big one for me, and even the it made me think of this. I'm watching Vikings right now, and they do a really interesting job of why people would make up these bizarre mythology stories of what's actually happening with reality. And there's really fun parallels. Like there's a scene in Vikings. I know I'm not talking about Big Fish, but there's a reason why I'm bringing it up. There's a scene in Vikings where they're about to go out to sea, and as they're about to go out to sea, there's like 20 people on a boat on this raft, and the mom is telling a story to her daughter who's like 5 to 7 years old, and she tells a story of a sea serpent dragon that stays in the water, and the daughter just goes, "Why would you tell me that story? That's terrifying." And it was like a funny like flip on the moment of humor. They're now out to sea. They're in a crazy storm. Waves are hitting them. It's going wild. In between the little gap of the raft of like the little sheet, the daughter is peeking through and sees a tail. And then they cut back inside and everyone's just getting attacked by waves, but no one else sees this, whatever this is. And then the next shot is this dragon coming out of the water, like it's gonna bite and eat her. But then they cut away to a wave hitting them, and then the daughter's gone. And so naturally, it's like the wave, the water impact took her away. But in this story of mythology, it's the dragon that took her, the sea serpent. And so what I liked was the fictional aspect of Big Fish, but to see that it was just a little exaggerated version of a storyteller. And Albert Finney's so good. The scene with him and the wife in the bathtub. Ewan McGregor talks about when you first fall in love, they don't tell you time freezes, but what they don't tell you is time catches back up, and he's got to find the love of his life. Seeing your future death in the woman's eye is really disturbing to me. Yeah, it's a gnarly one for me. It's a really impactful film for me, as far as like, yeah.
And it's also one of the lesser or least kind of Tim Burton-ish, because we think of Sleepy Hollow and Batman and all these dark, Beetlejuice, all these kind of darker storylines, but it still has that fantasy element in it. It still has all those things that you mentioned, great performances. Marion Cotillard, I think it was her first Hollywood film that she ever did,
cool.
2003. So, and I also really remember liking the soundtrack a lot, like the Buddy Holly music and all that. And it's a very grand film. There's a lot going on, and I didn't know that you enjoyed it that much. In terms of, I probably wouldn't have ever guessed it would be in your 5 or anything like that. But I can see why after just what you said, and again based on the book. I remember when I was working at Borders, people were asking about the book because, what is this? Is it like as an adaptation, all that kind of. So, and Tim Burton is just one of the great filmmakers, visual storytellers, in history. So I can easily see why it impacted you so much.
And it was not as gnarly as the book Gangs of New York. Big Fish was a little bit of an easier.
Right. Yeah. Less historical approach.
Yeah. It was. I remember that was like, even when I got it, I was like, all right, we can do this. I was interesting too, like kind of narrowing down why Bronson's Big Fish. Big Fish is I love that movie. It's a big one for me, and it's
if you were to tell me, hey, what do you think between Bronson and Big Fish? Which one would be higher up on my list? 100 out of 100 times I would say, oh, Bronson. But that's funny because we talk about films in a certain way, but there's more depth to it than just what we talk about. It's again, where do we see it? How old were we when we saw it? Who do we see it with? Where do we? So there's so many different things that impact us, and that's the fun thing about going back and thinking about these movies. And this decade, as I said before too, is that one that really impacted me in a big way for various reasons. So, and it sounds like for you it's similar too, is growing up and being young and seeing these things. So good choice. I think I had it written down as my just going back when we go to our top 3 or something. I had a bunch of other ones, but definitely didn't expect it to be that high, but that's cool.
Yeah, I think it's a really underrated one too.
And a really good one that probably comes up in the death of Dick Johnson, grieving and
Mm.
dealing with loss, or depending on like what your dynamic is with your father. You know, I just think it's a really good take on it, and it has really sweet intentions at the end of the day. You know, the how they sum up the film and how it ends is just really cool. Yeah, it sits really good. It sits really good with me as far as like if I ever get to that stage as I get a little older, you know, like to be a grandfather that tells these bizarre stories to their kids where they're like, that doesn't make any sense, but that's real, and he's telling it so straight, like it is real, and getting annoyed by your father to have it come full circle, where this is who he is. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, very emotional film too. Very
Yeah.
powerful the way it was
Yeah.
done. Yeah, I agree.
Cool. We're in the top 5, man.
In the top 5. For me, this film, again, it's one of those that I haven't just seen it once, but if I had just seen it once, I would remember almost every moment of this movie because of the way that it's shot, the way that it's filmed, the cinematography, the religious symbolism that's in the film, the poetic aspects of it. It's slow pace, but big impact. And I think not a lot of movies can do that because the way that it uses nature, the way that it uses the wilderness, the way that it uses the space, the camera movement, I think is unbelievable. The hypnotic elements that you feel. And I think even the actors in the film, the young actors are incredible. The two young actors in this movie. And it's a movie that you saw last night, so it's probably fresher in your mind. But for me, and this is the old school DVD, I have The Return at number 5. Um, Andrei Zvyagintsev, if I'm saying it correctly, the very similar to Tarkovsky, who I love. You know, I think I mentioned this when you were bringing up your unboxing, but the father son elements of this are crazy. When I talk about the religious symbolism and Cain and Abel, all that kind of stuff, and when you know the making of this film and what happened, the film becomes even more emotional when you find out actually what and I'll leave that to you to find out when you explore more of the film. But I just think those two young actors are incredible, especially the younger brother. Um, and I know a lot of people haven't seen it, but I don't know if I want to spoil it or not. But when you get to that confrontation, I still don't know how he filmed that because it's so clean, the way that we see the drop happen. It's a very clean shot.
I got an
But
idea.
I know what he did. I think it's probably used a double to do it.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
But
Exactly.
it's just so good.
It is. No,
The sound, everything that he did. I remember seeing that and just was blown away. And then when you talk about the end with all the images, wow. I mean, the emotional state. I think this is a movie that a lot of people have not seen.
Right.
I know it's even cooler to talk about it because it's fresher in your mind, but
Yeah.
I remember a good amount of it. But 2003, The Return, this was one I remember, I think I just went and bought it because I
Okay.
love watching cinema. I always enjoyed it. And I'd heard really good things about it. And I thought, well, why not check it out? But when you talk about Russian cinema over the last 20 years, they've done a lot of great films, but this one to me, heavy, 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 heavy movie. The look of it, very bleak, very cold, but there's poetic elements. There's the way he uses nature and wilderness and rain. And like I said, it's slow pace, big impact. And I think that's not an easy thing to pull off. So, and Russians in general have always, going back to movies like I Am Cuba, The Cranes Are Flying, obviously Tarkovsky and Ivan's Childhood, they're the masters of camera movement, like clean camera movements. I would put Russians up with any other nation in terms of the way that they can use the camera. And this movie, I knew would be in my 10, but I don't really hear too many people talk about it. And the director hasn't done a lot of films. I know you just got his whole collection. I've not seen Leviathan or Loveless. I have seen Elena, but to me, The Return is just, again, I know it's fresher in your mind, but just the religious aspects, fathers. It's a There's so many things come together, and it's one of those hidden movies that I think once people see it, they go, I can't believe this has been out for 20 years and I haven't even known about it.
There was only one shot that I noticed that you couldn't do one of those line up your frame, your lines and your diagram with the framing. There's only one shot, and it's a shot of the boy in the back seat, and it's a little off centered, but it's because you get everything in the shot aesthetically. But every single shot, my brain was satisfied with what everything was in the screen. And then there's even one scene where they're passing through each other and then they exit frame at the exact same time. Everything is choreographed really clean. Yeah, it's a beautiful looking film. My only like negative critique is when the boy is starving and then he goes to the restaurant and he's like, I'm not going to eat. And then he's like, eat, you know, that whole dynamic. I just wanted to see the first time he finally got food. That's all. We deserve to see that. We deserve to see technically how long did he go without until he finally ate. And when he finally ate, did he just grab a piece of bread and was stubborn about it? I just wanted to see that moment. That's the only thing I wanted. Because eventually we do see them eating by the fire, but so much time is taken. You know, he's eaten again since then. You wouldn't have survived. So I just wanted to see that first time of like, because for me, maybe it's because I'm such a fat fuck, but I was like waiting. No, I'm sorry to cut. I was just like waiting for. Oh, I know it's the mind. Like my immediately thought was like, oh my God, he's starving. Oh my God, he's so stubborn, and how he wants to react to his dad. He's gonna not eat after he's been starving, and then to him be like, I'm hungry. He's like, you gotta wait for dinner. Well, I wanted to see the dinner meal then. I wanted to see, when did you finally eat? That's my only like little thing about it. Because I think I would have felt that payoff really well. And maybe we weren't supposed to get a payoff like that. The ending's really heavy. I like that you don't know where it's gonna go. The parallels of the opening shot, he won't jump down from the top to the very end. He climbs to the top and we get what we get, is really insane. Yeah, the performances are really on point. It looks like he uses the dad in a lot of his films, from what I've seen in the other castings.
He was the veteran Lomachenko. I forgot. I don't want to get it wrong, but Konstantin Lovarenko. Yeah, I have seen him, but yeah, I mean, he's kind of like the Willem Dafoe Florida Project. He's carrying the younger actors, but the younger actors, just like in Florida Project, are great. So it's just the dynamic between the three, and again, the religious symbolism. I'm sure there's people that have written about it, but there's a lot of depth to the film. It's normally you go, okay, it's father coming back with the sons, but they're not really getting along. But there's so many layers that you're peeling away, and by the end, it's something that you don't think it is. And I just remember that end with the pictures rolling. I don't know. That just made it even heavier for me, because then you see the actor himself holding a kid, and obviously it's not the movie, but it's just something about it that it's the actor in a child, and in your brain you go, that's the son. So I don't know. It's just great, brilliant film, and I think more people should see it. I don't think it's on streaming, but apparently Kino Lorber is very generous with their sales on it. So, and this is even a Kino old school one too. So this is like, if you want to see probably better to see it on Blu-ray because the visuals are so good. You want to see it with a cleaner transfer.
Yeah, really, really beautiful film. I was just about to bring up the photographs at the end. Really impactful. And then also to choose it in that order where we see the black and white photograph in the car that the boys see, and it's a photo of the wife with the two babies, and you're like, oh, he did love us. He just didn't really know how to communicate in his love for us. And then to get the photograph that we got, and it was an interesting blend of, some of the pictures that the boy took, but then ones from just through the years from that camera, probably is the way to probably look at it.
One thing I was trying to do with Freddie when he goes through the pictures, remember in Filthy Animals, I was trying to get something. I mean, we didn't have, that was kind of a last minute thing, but I think I was trying, remember I tried to put it in a certain order. I was trying to get the inspiration of it was that movie kind of, but anyway, that's a whole other thing. But
That's
Yeah, it's
awesome.
a powerful film. And it was so funny when yesterday you go, oh, here, I just bought this person's set and I had on my list and I go, that's so funny because I mean, I
I love
absolutely
that.
love this movie. And I try to share it with a lot of people. Not everybody loves it, but I don't care. I just share it anyway because that's the fun thing is, hey, check this out. Oh, what do you know?
Well, and then hype is really weird. Like for me to even yesterday, I was kind of sitting there and I was like, I shouldn't have hyped up Possessor or any of these films. I should just say, just go, because some are just like, I just want your opinion on, you know what I mean? More than I think you'll love it. You know what I mean? Like, so it's weird. Like not having expectations is hard because I'm going into this film, The Return, knowing Roger Deakins and my film professor are my reasons why I'm watching it. So the hype is real and it matched it. It's a great film. Yeah, really, really well done. Really well. I think it's funny how he doesn't touch his wife when he comes home after that big long return, and she's gorgeous. It's just all those things sit weird with me in a good way. You know, it's like
I just think it's great that you just happened to just see it last night of all times. So I think seriously, I think he is like a Tarkovsky when you talk about the way he uses nature and poeticism. So if anyone is a fan of Tarkovsky, which there should be more people, this is a good modern version of a film that he might have made in terms of the style of it. So I'm glad you saw it, and I'm glad that Roger Deakins likes it too. It's cool to hear.
it's his like number one filmmaker he brings up and talks about. And yeah, it's cool how the universe works that way. And then I'm glad I did the unboxing because I wouldn't have watched The Return last night, you know. Are we on 4?
We're on 4.
My number 4, I have to watch every couple years just to kind of, I guess, humble myself or just make me appreciate not to just be a consumer and just kind of take. It's more being appropriate with how much meat I consume, how much I buy, how much I give back to a mom and pop shop, just how I am as a consumer in this world and being a minimalist in the best ways I can. I know I'm sitting with like a stack of DVDs behind me and we're talking about all the movies we watch, but those are the things we love. Those are the things we like to collect. You know, we don't really collect giant cars or, you know, so anyway, do you know what film I'm saying?
What year? Did you say the year?
2007.
2007. I'm looking at my list of possibilities.
It's another type of one-man show. It's another type of hero's journey. It's based off a book.
Is it No Country for Old Men? No.
No, it's directed by Sean Penn.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, I forgot about. A lot of people love that movie. Yeah, Into the Wild, right?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
it's a big one. Yeah, from the perspective of like, you know, nature or the of just like I said, being a consumer.
Mhm.
And like the ending's incredibly tragic and just makes you want to like not take for granted your health. Definitely makes me encouraged to go hike and instead of doing cardio indoors, walking the dogs outside. Yeah, and just not needing the nicest things or not having this what's become normal. Even like everyone's freaking out about Thanksgiving and we need to get turkey. And then you go to all these places and there's like honey baked ham, there's lines, there's like 200 people out the door. And it's like, we're going to make steaks and eat steaks for Thanksgiving. It's like not doing what's the normal, what's accustomed. And you could see in McCandless's behavior, he's so frustrated by what's become normal. Why do we have to do these things? And no one's even questioning those things because it's this day, we're supposed to do this shit. And so I just try to take what I can from that and the lessons from it. And I see it come up all the time in opportunities. It's a really good film. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of Pearl Jam, so it had
Really well done.
editor and doing the sound. It was a good complement to the film. And the book, the book was I think people in terms of modern books become a kind of a classic for a lot of people. I remember enjoying the film, but I didn't think it was going to be something that holds up this well because I think a lot of people like it a lot. I have to sit down and I own it. I have to sit down and just watch it again and see some of the takeaways that you have from it because I think maybe I just didn't process it as much because I saw it when it came out. I think it was another one that I reviewed. They had sent me the DVD for, but
Cool.
that's cool. I didn't think I wouldn't have put that in. I didn't expect that one to. I know you've mentioned it before for certain things, but number 4 is pretty high. So that shows how much you really appreciate the film.
Especially if the list would be different if we did it 10 years ago or something, right? But
Right.
if of what's really held up for me today and like how I look at these movies is kind of what I was going off of. Yeah, I also think about the filmmaking experience of that movie and all the locations they were at and how they were probably just getting that same euphoria and experience of what movie they were making on top of what the impact would be, but what they were all doing for themselves at the time. And like for Sean Penn to make that film, it just feels like he had to make that movie. It kind of felt like that. And then his relationship with the family, they didn't want to make that movie. They didn't want to show the picture at the end of the film. And Sean Penn's involvement and them meeting Emil Hirsch made them more comfortable about it. And they honored him really well. I think if the real life McCandless was to watch it, he would love it. I think he'd appreciate it.
I always said Emil Hirsch was always a pretty solid actor, but he never really. I've seen him here and there in certain things, but he never really kind of got into the big leading roles. But that was a great performance by him.
He was a good Jay Adams in Dogtown and Z-Boys. I thought he was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean his early stuff, you could see he was an up and coming. He's kind of, but then he kind of like a Josh Hartnett or something. He just had a bunch of roles and then disappeared. So
he was in that was weird to see him in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood pop up.
That's right. He was the hairdresser, wasn't he?
Oh, he was like playing an actor that also got to train with Bruce Lee and was friends with Sharon Tate, right?
Yeah, he's the hairdresser that Bruce Lee had met.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I guess Sharon Tate had gone out with him, and she had a kind of type they mentioned in the movie. But
right.
He did have I mean, small roles are good, but hopefully he gets, or he has. I just haven't seen him. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a good. That's like a movie that's more than a movie. Into the Wild for me, it's like a philosophy or a way to look at life.
That's cool. Good.
Yeah. This is really fun.
Well, especially when you throw those curveballs, because Big Fish and Into the Wild, if you told me to do the list 10 different times, I probably wouldn't have even thought about putting them in 10. So it's cool, good to see. That was your 4?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'll transition to my number 4. Another movie that impacted me a lot around the early 2000s. I remember seeing this in theaters, probably again with my parents, maybe just my dad. And the film where there's a moment of, I don't want to say it's a twist, but a moment of realization for the character. I still remember the sound of the audience gasping that it wasn't what they thought it was going to be. And of course, the lead actor I love, so it wasn't like, I wasn't going to like it anyway, but really powerful film. It's got my 2 favorite actors, my favorite actor and my favorite actress are in it. You're nodding your head. What is it? What is it?
It's A Beautiful Mind.
It is A Beautiful Mind. We have winner of 4 Oscars, including Best Picture. Should have also been a 5th Oscar for Russ, but
I love seeing these non-Blu-rays because we've had it for so long.
I had to just grab what I could find.
It's cool, man.
I have probably 5 different copies of A Beautiful Mind, but these are the old school Universal Oscar-winning ones. But Ron Howard is somebody that I've always really liked his films. And another one just kind of sticking in him and Russell was Cinderella Man that I love from this era. It was one that was kind of the outside 25, 30, but I thought I'd throw it in when I talk about A Beautiful Mind. Not saying it's the same level, because I think Beautiful Mind is still above it, but who did the cinematography for A Beautiful Mind? Do you know? You might not know.
Is it not? It's not Deakins. It's
It
not.
It is.
Oh, it is. Oh.
Yeah. So
Cool.
when you talk about the visual style of this movie, is unbelievable what he does. When you talk about John Nash, his perspective, the opening of the film where he looks at the tie and he starts doing like mathematical equations. I mean, Deakins brings in some amazing shots in this. So when you talk about, I got Russell in this, I got Roger Deakins of all, I got Jennifer Connelly, and then Paul Bettany again. Russell, This was the first time they were kind of played friends. And I think that carried over in their casting for Master and Commander.
Yeah.
And eventually even Jennifer Connelly, her husband is Paul Bettany in real life. So a lot of kind of real life connections in there. But another soundtrack that I own, that I listen to all the time, James Horner, Rest in peace. Awesome music. When you talk about the performance by Russell, this is such a great, I mean, to pull off what he did is unbelievable. And he was on pace to get the Oscar. He won the BAFTA, he won the SAG, he won the Golden Globe, every major award. But at the BAFTA, he had that shakeup where he tried to basically rough up the producer in the back because he cut a speech that he was trying to make for Richard Harris, who had recently passed away. And it was a poem that he said that he wanted kind of his family to hear. And the producer cut it out, and then he got really mad and kind of roughed him up. And that started a lot of negative attention. And then all of a sudden, he went from potentially winning the Oscar to then Denzel got it for Training Day, but he would have had back-to-back because he won it for Gladiator in 2000. This would have been 2001. So back-to-back to do Gladiator and your next movie is basically A Beautiful Mind. That was like, and then right after that is Master and Commander. Basically every movie he was in was either winning Best Picture or nominated for Best Picture. Not a lot of actors can say, 3-4 movies in a row I was getting nominated. Even The Insider before Gladiator, Best Actor nomination, Best Picture nomination. So really impacted me a lot. I saw it being really, really young, and I bought the book, which is based on Sylvia Nassar as the writer, and not anything to. It's like Gangs of New York. It's different. It's not quite. It's a biography about him, but it's not in the way where you think it's about the movie. So I just think Ron Howard was in the zone in this era when you talk about A Beautiful Mind, Cinderella Man. I even really like Frost Nixon. I think that's a really underrated film. I don't know if you ever saw that one. The Missing is great with Tommy Lee Jones and Cate Blanchett. I think that also gets overlooked. So, but this movie, when you talk about Russell Crowe, Jennifer Connelly, my two favorite actors being in one film, the theatrical experience of being such a crowd pleaser, audiences clapping at the end. And I thought it was such a neat way to, again, it's not a twist, it's a realization, I would say. I love the way that they pulled this off in the film. And I just remember the audience. And I think that's what maybe made the film successful financially as well, because people interpreted it as a twist. And we're coming off of The Sixth Sense, we're coming off of so I think people were in this of, where's the twist going to be? But it's not, again, I'll call it a realization.
Yeah.
But I think his performance is unbelievable, what he does. And again, talking about 2020, I'm thinking of Ending Things, the way they used that speech at the end and the parallel between the two, I thought was brilliantly used. But just to, again, when you talk about me getting into the world of film and wanting to study it and have a career, and obviously, again, Russell being in it, just a huge impact on me. And my brother used to work at Hollywood Video. He had like a big cardboard cutout of A Beautiful Mind. It was like this weird thing. Like, you would never put this up in your room, but I just put it up because I was just whatever. There was a Master and Commander one. So at a young age, just really one of those that cements in your mind. And it still holds up really well. I just watched it maybe over the summer again, the whole thing from beginning to end. And I loved it just as much. Ed Harris, I think his performance is great. Christopher Plummer, all-star cast all around. So number 4 for me, A Beautiful Mind. Absolutely love the film. Still holds up for me 20 years later.
Yeah, that's a really good. I need to watch it again. Like over the next month, I'll watch it again and check it out.
It's probably the most, I'm looking at my 10, kind of the most Hollywood ending, I think, that I see here. But I love it. I think it's executed brilliantly. I think the writing is really good. Akiva Goldsman got the Oscar for adapted screenplay. Should have won more, but again, Deakins bringing his mind into it. I think just a lot of those moments of John Nash thinking of the economics and mathematics behind things, or talking about the universe and the way they visually translated that from basically his mind, but how do you do it for the audience to see? Yeah. I thought it was great. I think that combination of Ron Howard and Deakins was great to bring those visuals out. So, and I think more and more people discover it over the years. And again, it's a pretty much it's a crowd pleaser. So I think a lot of people still appreciate it.
I always think of like, I don't know why, like Good Will Hunting and Rain Man, because those kind of brains, right? They're like,
it's in those similar kind of tones. I think it's not quite like Rain Man in terms of a disability of it is a mental illness when we talk about schizophrenia. But yeah, I mean those are good comparisons. but also how do you bring schizophrenia to life visually, because it's such a mental state that you're in. It's so internal. But I thought they were brilliant at the way they were able to take that mental state and say, how do we let the audience in on John Nash's mind? And I think that's the hard thing to do. And I think that's why the film did so well critically, obviously winning Best Picture, and obviously financially, it was a huge, huge hit. And I remember when we went to Universal Studios, they would have the posters up and stuff because it was a Universal film. So again, just in that era, it was just all the stuff was mixing in my mind, like baking a cake, and you're trying to figure out, oh, there's this, there's that, and so, and they would show clips of it, and when you were on the tram ride, and here's our reel of all our great films, and that would always come up.
Yeah, Beautiful Mind's good. Good. I need to check it out. And when I hear you talk about it, it makes more sense now why Kaufman would do that ending. And I'm thinking of ending things because of the kind of movie he just made. It makes sense now to take from that.
Well, even I'm thinking of ending things, he uses the same dialogue, but the way he uses it, I love it because it has the reverse meaning. At the end of Beautiful Mind, he's honoring his wife and saying, you stuck with me through all the dark times, and I'm here because of you. And then, and I'm thinking of ending things, he goes, I'm here because of you, but you drove me crazy, and I'm basically, I never, you know what I mean? I'm crazy not because of you in a bad way.
Right.
And I'm depressed or whatever, or I'm thinking and longing of this relationship we could have had. So I mean, that's a whole other thing. But for me, in number 4, 2001, Beautiful Mind, Cinderella Man, I love as well. So that's kind of the Russell Crowe, Ron Howard connection that I love as well. From like that 5 years, they had a really good working together. Hope they work together again at some point.
For number 3, how do you want to do this? Do we name off those? Do we do that, or should we just wait till the end? How do you want to?
You've already said my 3.
That's why I have a feeling we should just keep going, maybe, because right.
Well, you want to wait after? You want to wait afterwards, right? Okay. Yeah.
I think we're gonna both be able to name each other's off. That's why.
Okay. Well, you've already named my 3.
Right.
Right. So I don't think I've named your 3.
Yeah. Let's keep. I'll hit you with my number 3. My number.
I know one of them for sure, because if it's not, it's gonna be really weird.
I have a feeling you're right.
I'll let you go.
It may be the number 2 is okay. My number 3. I also have a thing just like your brother had with A Beautiful Mind, but I have it for this movie. Blockbuster would give me their cutouts and their cardboard, and I had this one up in my room for a while, which is funny to think about where I'm at now with what's in my room right now. I just realized this. There's some weird stuff going on. My number 3 is Kill Bill. Kill Bill, if you're gonna be like you have to pick one, I'm gonna do Volume 1. Both are great. Both hit me at a really interesting time of like my peak of interest in film at that time, before I had like I don't know what to do with movies in general, or puberty took over or something. Many girls took over, distractions took over, but Kill Bill, the movie theater experience and like what that film did for me kind of brought back, I think I wasn't in a place to appreciate Jackie Brown yet. He had only done kind of Pulp Fiction in my eyes, but I knew the hype with this filmmaker, and we owned Reservoir Dogs on VHS, and Reservoir Dogs was always one that kind of grew on me. Stuck in the Middle was always the scene I liked the most, just because of the use of music. And so Kill Bill Volume 1, I went crazy on this soundtrack, the Crazy 88s, the whistle tune. Yeah, man, that's a big one for me. It was a really good movie theater experience. When I went to a film camp, we had watched it there. It's kind of, I did New York Film Academy, right?
You mentioned to me before, I think.
Yeah. So when I did the New York Film Academy, they asked me to do a short film because you had to be, I think, 15 to do it, but I was 13. And so they asked if I could be able to just show I could handle a couple things, and I did it. And so when I went and stayed at this film camp, everyone was just way older than me, partying their asses off. I didn't want anything to do with it, but they had movie nights every night, and they had a night where it was Sin City. They had a night where it was City of God. They had a night where it was Kill Bill. And I went to every one of those little movie nights, and it was basically for the kids that didn't party. And it was extremely impactful for me. I love the third act we get, you know, with the in the Bruce Lee suit. I can see the image behind you right now. Um, really inspiring, and also one where if I look at my list, it's a female lead. I think that's incredible. I think it's really good to take away the tropes of it has to be a man. You know, I think she was an incredibly badass woman in that movie, and um, yeah, just a great overall film. It kind of goes with my, I wanted to have Inglorious Bastards in the mix, but Kill Bill kind of made the cut. Yeah, that's my number 3.
Yeah, even just going back to Crouching Tiger, that's what I appreciated too, because it's two female, basically leads and warriors and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always think about Bruce Lee when I think of this film because of the tracksuit. I do remember having both soundtracks as well, because I think he had some Ennio Morricone in there that
Yeah.
he always likes to use. Um, I think I liked the first one more than the second one, but I think the second one has got all the climax and all that.
Right.
Shot amazingly when you talk about the snow and the things that he did with the wire work. I think a lot of that is inspired obviously by the old Chinese and Hong Kong films, but I think even Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is one of those movies that kind of elevated him to be able to have audiences accept it. Even going back the year before with The Matrix, very similar thing too. So great visuals. Uma Thurman, great performances by her. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not the biggest Tarantino fan, but I do appreciate the martial arts and blaxploitation type connections that he did and the names of the characters. He's always going to bring his own style, and I think that's the thing about him that's very unique. I definitely liked it more than Inglourious Basterds. I'm not a big fan of that one, but this one is definitely those two. I think he definitely put together some great moments. I can go back and watch it and enjoy it. I mean, I still remember seeing it in theaters and the eyeball scene. Audiences, it took them maybe 1 to 2 minutes of real time to process what they had seen. And he's great at, there's references to Kurosawa and the blood splattering when you talk about Sanjuro and all that. So I always appreciate him when you talk about the Leone connections and all that. So I'll enjoy watching the movie just to see, well, who is he taking from here and all that. So,
And then the Lady Snowblood is a big
right,
influence
exactly.
on that too, right?
Exactly. Very, very good. Lady Snowblood.
Yeah.
I had written that one down as one of the ones I thought you would.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna put 1 and 2 together. Is that what you did, or did you put one? Or
If I kind of answer the question as if you were to ask me if I had to pick between 1 or 2, I'd pick 1. But overall, it's like a Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2 are great, because when we get Carradine in the second one,
yeah,
as he makes the sandwich telling the Superman story, there's just some moments in there, or the how she gets out of it by the punching her way out.
right.
I think is so cool.
All the dirt flying in her mouth and all that.
And then Johnny Cash is playing before Michael Madsen blasts her. It's good. And then the spit cup, the margarita, the cereal box, with Vivica A. Fox, and how they cut the shit, when the daughter shows up, and they act professional, and really, really good one for me. And then I'm not a big fan of slow motion or the cool slow motion walk, but when Lucy Liu, and the Crazy Eights are walking down, the song is called Battle Without Honor or Humanity. It's good, man.
And that song, how many commercials and things have being used in? So many. I mean, that became one of the. It's almost like the Pulp Fiction song that was it, Mr. Lou, whatever the one that he used.
Yeah,
it was everywhere. But that goes to show you how he's great at picking songs.
Yeah.
He's like Scorsese. He's like Spike Lee. Even Sofia Coppola. I think a lot of these great directors that just know how to pick the right song at the right moment, and that's why it impacts people so much. I remember that song being used in Transformers. Do you remember this? I think it was the first Transformers film. Maybe I'll try to find the clip. And it's the scene where it's such a weird use of it, but it's when the Bumblebee Transformer transforms into the Camaro, that new Camaro that had come out at that time. It was like promotion, and they play that song, and it's such a weird use of it, but it's essentially one movie, to be honest with you. If you would have put 1 and 2, I don't blame you, because again, going back to Weinstein, he made him basically cut it into 2, because he wanted to, I think if I remember correctly, Tarantino wanted to release it as one epic,
awesome
5-hour film, but Weinstein, of course, being motivated by other things, said, hey, split it in 2. So obviously a lot of people love that movie, so I can see why you picked it.
Just a fun fact: Anderson Silva bought the Bumblebee car at Martin Chevrolet back in the day.
Does he still live around here? I thought
Yeah, he does. I'll never forget the week after he fought Forrest Griffin. I was with my ex inside Victoria's Secret, and I was kind of following her board as she was shopping. And then I look up, and he's doing the same thing with his girl. And then I go up and I talk to him, and I'm like, dude, you destroyed. I remember I told him, who are you gonna fight next? Thiago Silva, which was this like random 205er, but he was a 185. It was just like so cool to chat with him. And Anderson Silva, he always acts. Oh, this sounds disrespectful. He always acts like he can't speak English, in interviews and stuff like that. He can. It's just very like. Anyway, that's another.
Maybe he's a little bit nervous to do it in front of cameras, or he's better at speaking. But I can't believe he was it last year he had that fight, or where he just got brutally beaten up?
He just retired this past year. He fought Uriah Hall and then retired after. And it's cool because Uriah Hall has he's like a next Anderson Silva. He grew up watching Anderson Silva, and you could see it. He's got this flying, spinning heel kick that will just send you to a coffin,
Yeah, after the fight, seeing the image of the respect that he had and kind of bowing to him. And
it's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. Good. No, he bought the Bumblebee.
He did, yeah.
Fact.
So Kill Bill is my number 3.
Yeah. I mean, I knew it was going to come up. Not surprising for just your love of Tarantino and all that. So for me, my number 3, I don't have the DVD for it because, again, when you share these with people, sometimes you forget that you don't have it in your possession. Yeah. And you mentioned it earlier. Of course, for me, this is a film that, again, I had the soundtrack. I love the music. I love the setting in the Midlands of the United Kingdom. This is England for me, number 3, 2007 film, a movie that I love to share with people. Obviously, I shared it in the class, but we still talk about it. My brother just saw it recently, thinks very highly of it. And it's a movie that just is overlooked when you talk about great films of this decade. I don't think it's going to end up on any list. I don't think IMDb even has it anywhere on the radar of top 250, which I don't care. That's not what I'm going for. But Ludovico Einaudi, the Italian composer, the first time I ever heard his music was in this film, and the way they use it, especially in the montage of Sean essentially learning how to become the racist skinhead, and then going after the Pakistani people and spray painting, and the way that they use the montage, very powerful. Great performances in this film, and the setting of just being in the Midlands and the connections to those kitchen sink realist films of the Britain in the 1950s and 60s. Movies like Kess. Did you ever see Kess, the Ken Loach film?
Can you spell it? Maybe I've seen it, but I'm not.
Kaes, Kess.
No.
Loneliness and the Long Distance Runner, Billy Liar, a bunch of these movies that inspired Shane Meadows to tell basically his own story. It's very autobiographical, him growing up in this world, but also the idea of the skinhead in general. When we think of skinhead today, we think of, hey, like me, you shave your head, you're probably going to be doing something not so nice. But the traditional skinheads were actually not motivated by race. It was through music. It was a subculture. It was ska, it was reggae, it was all these forms coming together. It was black music, it was white music, it was everything. And it was a bond that they had through this. It was the Doc Martens, it was the Suspenders, all that kind of stuff. But eventually this gets hijacked and taken by the racist skinheads. And they take that look and they inherit it, and it becomes kind of what you see with Combo. And going back to, you mentioned obviously Stephen Graham with an awesome performance. I think Tom Turgus in the lead role, his first film, never even formally trained as an actor. I think it's unbelievable the performance that you get from him in terms of that neo-realist style of let's just grab whoever's best. And I also enjoyed Dead Man's Shoes, which is another movie of his from this era. But This is England is on another level, and it inspired mid-90s. When you talk about Jonah Hill, look at a bunch of interviews with him. He goes, I had all the actors screen mid-90s, and when I watch mid-90s, there's 4 or 5 moments I go, This is England. He's taken the confrontation with the mom coming in there, the relationship with the girl and the lead character in mid-90s is very similar to Sean in that film. So again, a film that not a lot of people know about. In the United Kingdom, it had more of a cult following. So you had the TV shows, This is England, 88 and 90 and all that. I didn't really get into the shows, but the film was enough for me to just feel the power of the storyline. And I shared it with everybody. You know, I remember seeing it and sharing it with my mom, and
Cool.
her living in England in the 80s. You know, she recognized a lot of the things that they were talking about. And let's say 5 years ago, whatever, when I showed it to you in my class, and then just a few weeks ago, my brother seeing it. So I love that even this movie is 14, 15 years old, more people are discovering it, because it's not on one of those lists of greatest films of all time. So you almost have to have it recommended to you at some point, or
Right.
you take a class, whatever, or you just explore a filmmaker. So for me, um, it was tough to find, like, once you get into these 4, 5, 6, it's kind of so many little things. But I think this film, just the music and the setting and the power behind it. And also when you talk about the message of today with the rise of you know, a lot of the racial hatred going on in the world, and the National Front, which was basically the right-wing fascist political party of the United Kingdom, has actually risen up again. Because in the 80s, it was a faction that was kind of underground, but now with everything that's happening in the world, rising up again. So I really appreciated the way that because to make a skinhead movie in this way with race, you have Romper Stomper, who did it, I think, in a great way. You have American History X. You have Skin, the short film, I think, that did kind of gave it a different approach. But I think This Is England is just a great overall film. So many elements to take away from the cast, the soundtrack, the music, the visuals, the setting. Everything is just, yeah. And I know you, obviously you mentioned it earlier, so I know you appreciate it as well.
Yeah. I mean, This Is England and The Untouchables were like hitting me over the head when I was watching those films in your class. I could see why you. There's some nice parallels with Eighth Grade and This Is England
Mhm.
that I think is interesting, and the character Woody, played by Joseph Gilgun, I believe is his name. The scene where the mom comes in to the little deli, and she's like confronting them about his outfit, about his hair, and then it's not what you think it is. Like, just like in eighth grade where she meets up with the high schooler, you think it's going to be your typical bully, or they're going to be outnumbered by inappropriate behavior, and instead it's like this camaraderie and this community, and the communication is there. That's what's so important, you know. And she's like, I'm going to leave you with them, you behave. It's my favorite moment. It's a very warm moment. Yeah, it's a really good film, and I just love the idea of being around people that are a couple years older than you, that are kind of guiding you and mentoring you. You know, he's essentially, yeah, it's like an older brother role, is the character Woody, you know. And then to have Stephen Graham come in and kind of dominate, all of it's gnarly, really. And the score is really heavy. The music's really gnarly for especially the scene where Stephen Graham, you know, when he beats up the buddy, is a really heavy scene.
Yeah, even the thing about this film that's kind of a little bit unique too is the first 20 to 30 minutes is really fun.
I love it.
It's the friendship, and whenever I show this in class, I'll kind of look at the students to see what their reaction is. And as soon as 5446 comes up, the Toots and the Maytals song, it's slow motion, everyone is smiling. They're, oh, this is cool. It's like friends getting to know each other, and then they go into the abandoned house and they're kind of throwing stuff at each other. But then you start to see it kind of unravels a little bit. Of course, when Combo comes in, then the movie just takes off in a different way.
Yeah.
And with the fracture between Woody and Combo and not getting along. And I love that moment of when Combo is in the car where he's talking to the girl.
Yeah.
He's, you know, I did time, I love you. And that was the best moment of my life. And she goes, that was the worst night of my life. And the way his performance is, because imagine you go up to somebody and you go, that was the best day of I enjoyed everything that we did. And the person goes, I hated every moment of it.
One of my biggest regrets. Right.
Yeah, and the hammer that drops on you, and he's already not in a normal mental state.
Yeah, right.
But I love his performance, right, and the way that they interact with one another. So when you talk about just ensemble, young actors, older actors, music, the historical setting of the Falklands War, and Sean's father dying in it. When you talk about Margaret Thatcher in the 80s and what was going on in the country, there's so many different elements. I love that opening montage too, where you throw in all the different pop culture stuff and you have Knight Rider and everything. So there's just a lot of great elements of this film, and I hope more people get a chance to see it as the years go by, because it's definitely worth a watch.
The deli, or not, okay, I'm referencing two different locations. The scene with the mom
and the youngsters is good. But the deli he goes to, you know, where he's calling him Packy and he's kind of freaking out on him.
Right.
It's weird how it tries to challenge you and how you should react to that scene. Because essentially the first time around, right, he's kind of judging him, he's kind of punking him. And then now the boy has more confidence. And the way he starts talking to him, it's kind of wild to hear it come out of a little kid like that, you know, because his voice hasn't even hit puberty and you could just hear it. And it's kind of humorous. And then it's even for me still kind of humorous when Stephen Graham, the way he chooses to talk to him. It's very like, this place is filthy, you clean this place up, blah, blah. Like, it's not like he's belittling him. It's almost humorous in the choice of dialogue. And then for him to like
slip and run as they all go running out and they're all laughing. It's a weird conflict you have as a viewer of, I'm not supposed to laugh here. Like you're not supposed to laugh there, you know, but you enjoy their enjoyment, you know, and it's weird.
Well, I'll give you a little bit of behind the scenes of that moment and what happened when they were filming and why, when you explained that sequence. So Tom Turgoose had to go in and say all those racial slurs to the Pakistani man. He could not do it. He was really heavy for him because he's really saying it to this person who is of Pakistani descent.
Yeah.
And Shane Meadows had to kind of talk to him and say, okay, it's just a movie, don't worry about it. But it was still hard for him because he is saying this to this person. And afterwards, he was really shook up because of the way he was addressing this person in such a racial way. So Stephen Graham knew about this because he's more a professional actor. He does, you know, has done many movies before. So he talked to Shane Meadows and he said, I'm going to try to lighten the mood. So when I come out of here, I'm going to throw myself down to make him laugh.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to kind of shake him out of that.
Yeah.
Being really tight and having the anxiety. So that's why he purposely throws himself down to make him laugh, because while they were filming, he had such a hard time doing that scene. He didn't want him to feel, you know, just depressed and everything. So it was done by him. So when you watch those moments, it's crazy when you think about the making of a film and the depth behind, well, he just fell down, but it's actually, it means more than just falling down. So just a little, since you brought that up, I wanted to talk about that moment.
Well, and it's interesting too, when you, as a filmmaker, you say, okay, this scene right here, this is my intention. My intention is to make them laugh here. That moment in that scene is an interesting feeling of, I'm wondering the filmmaker's intention. It's a mix of how you're supposed to feel, I feel like.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's me, you know?
No, I know what you mean, because you're going and you're actually doing something very offensive and then you're laughing right after. But is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's because Stephen Graham's performance is almost so charming at the same time. And like, he's not just being mean and racist, he's being random and silly at the same time. You know, he's kind of fucking with him on top of being inappropriate. You know what I mean?
Well, even in the world of the story, from Sean's perspective, it may be solidified that, oh, we did do the right thing. Like, this is fun. It's fun for you to go in and you know, vandalize this place or bring out a knife on him or spray paint, you know, take the soccer ball from the Pakistanis later. You know what I mean? So the world of the story, it makes sense too, because he's saying that I'm taking you under my wing. We're going to have fun doing what we're doing.
And then also to like have the boys arc. In the boy's perspective, he's always been able to go to this shop and not be harassed. Mm-hmm. So it's like now he's got his little gang. He can come in there. He can kind of push him around. It's a very interesting scene. It's a weird take on how you should handle it. You know what I mean? Because anyway, I've said enough about it.
No, it's
great film.
You're working with kids and having them do something heavy. You gotta find a way. I mean, you know, you have a heavy moment going on. You gotta kind of get them in a certain state. So Shane Meadows, 2007, This Is England. Can't recommend it enough. At number 3 for me.
Cool, man.
Down to our 2.
Yeah. You know, count time.
Yeah, I think. Actually, I didn't even see what time it is. I think we can get into these last 2, and then we'll still do our little kind of honorable mentions and other films from the era.
Great, man.
So we're on 2 for you.
Yeah, my number 2 for you.
For my decade, 2000 to 2009, was a film that came out in 2005. This is the one I think you're waiting for me to bring up.
That's all I need to hear the year. That was it. Got it.
This was like when everyone signed the cash sheet on the back, I kept the sheet from my class. When they did Walk the Line, it was in a magazine, and I like took the sheets and put it in my notebook.
I was like obsessed with Johnny Cash. Big Johnny Cash fan. What really did it for me, I think, was the music video Hurt. So it's like 2002. I'm kind of obsessed with Johnny. Going through all his old records, all his covers, all his remakes, getting all the CDs, getting the collector's CDs, all that stuff, kind of dabbling into it, and like slowly turning into like a little Johnny Cash at school. You know what I mean? As far as like wearing black and being in love as a classic romantic, you know, that whole finding your love. When I got engaged, my definition was going off of a Johnny Cash quote. Someone asked Johnny Cash once, "What's your definition of paradise?" And it's getting a cup of coffee in the morning with the woman he loves. And so when I got engaged, Kendra and I, when we got a cup of coffee and on our way walking to the gym, I asked her if she would marry me. So a lot of like Johnny Cash vibes is in my life. He's tattooed also on me. Joaquin Phoenix just nailed his performance. It is really funny to watch movies like Ray or Walk Hard.
Wrong kid died.
Or Bohemian Rhapsody because of the structure of these biopics. It's a bit silly. To me, this is my biopic. This is my personal one. I'm still upset. He lost to Jamie Foxx over Ray, but then he got it for Joker. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, this is a huge one for me. The score, the music, like the build up to the San Quentin live performance before we get the flashback, the sound of the bass is a one where it just played. It was like my anthem. Love the soundtrack. Love that Shooter Jennings played Waylon Jennings. There's a cool little moment where a prisoner yells off the lyrics. I thought it was her daddy, but she had 5 more. Was supposed to be a little low-key moment. That's Chris Christopherson before he started writing him letters, before he joined the Highwaymen. I was in love with this film. Yeah, I have books. People got me gifts, Johnny Cash books. This one girl that had a crush on me wrote this like long thing inside this Johnny Cash book. The first thing Ryan Brown ever knew about me was this guy just loves Johnny Cash. I don't know much about him. It was kind of funny to hear his reflection on it. And then he'd like read what the girl wrote in this book, and that's what he knew before he really met me. So it's kind of funny to hear things like that. Yeah, I'm a classic romantic. I love that kind of structure. Yeah, Walk the Line's my number 2.
Yeah, that was one that I had written down. I think I even had it in the 2 position when I wrote it, but yeah, I mean, it really sparked even more interest in Johnny Cash that not a lot of people did, younger generations. I remember working at Borders and getting the soundtrack, but getting that Johnny Cash collection, that kind of gray. That was playing in my parents' house for years,
Cool, man.
rotating through all the songs. I would walk into my parents' house and it was just a Johnny Cash song was playing. So my family loves him probably as much as you. I mean, we don't have any tattoos or anything, but
no, it's really cool. That's really awesome.
Yeah. And Joaquin Phoenix the singing was the only thing that threw me off because obviously you can't replicate Johnny Cash. It's really his voice. He's not even really singing. It's just almost like a lullaby. But it definitely a gritty performance. Of course, you always have those years where you have competition and somebody gets the Oscar over you, but eventually he got it. He was going to get one eventually. Good performance by Reese Witherspoon as well, who I think did get the Oscar for it. But yeah, I mean, I like James Mangold. At 3:10 to Yuma, I didn't mention it. I was going to wait till you brought up Walk the Line, but 3:10 to Yuma is one of my favorites of this decade as well. I really love that movie. When you talk about, of course, you got Russell in it, but Christian Bale, Ben Foster, just gritty. I mean, I love Westerns. I had, The Proposition and Jesse James right on the edge, but 3:10 to Yuma is right there. So I've always liked James Mangold, and it's a really, really great film. Walk the Line. I would have had it probably a little bit further down on my list, but I knew you were going to bring it up, so I thought you would obviously bring that passion anyway of being able to state it better than I would just by saying the name of the film.
Well, I watched it at Regal. I remember at the mall, my mom was helping some friend have an event at the Regal. They were doing some like painting show exhibit, and I remember me and my friends went to go check it out, and then walked over to go watch Walk the Line. And it was just funny, like everyone at school knew, like, oh my God, they're making a Johnny Cash movie. You're probably excited about it. It was just funny. It was like it matched my expectations, which was another kind of wild thing. And it didn't even do like a spark for I want to be in film. It was like
how do I want to come across? That sounds arrogant and big headed, but like I liked his style. I remember the comment, you know, it's like in the trailer, but it's like last year I went to a wedding and my stepdad was in all black, and my friend that was getting married, his dad's a drunk, and walked up to him and he goes, "Why are you wearing all black? What, are you going to a funeral?" And I was like, "You're fucking kidding. You know, do you know the," and I was like, "Maybe he is." You know, I couldn't, it was like no one watched Walk the Line. No one's gonna, you know, because he didn't know. And then later my stepdad was like, "What was that?" And I was like, "It was from Walk the Line." And he was like, "Fuck yeah." Like he was stoked about it.
And what's with the black? It's like you're going to a funeral.
Maybe I am.
But like it was funny how certain lines stay with you, or that calmness, or even in a negative way, how cool you can make smoking a cigarette look. All of it's like kind of impactful, you know?
And it was cool that he approved of his casting too before he passed away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it wasn't just pick. So he had the blessing of having somebody, because he doesn't look like him at all, and he's not even the same build, because Johnny Cash was pretty tall.
Yeah.
Joaquin is a little bit smaller, but I think he captured the essence of him really well, the spirit of Johnny Cash, which is not an easy thing to do. And I'm with you with the hurt and all the stuff that he did. I mean, that was heavy, especially when, you know, his wife passed away, and he's in the song it existed before, you know, he had 9 Inch Nails and all that, but for him to bring that interpretation of it, and what was that one, Gonna Cut You Down?
God's gonna cut you down.
Those were that all the stuff he did with Rick Rubin, that basically that last album where it was kind of the covers.
Yeah.
Great album. I mean, I remember that video too. It was all the celebrities, that it was all the cameos from everyone. So yeah, I mean, just speaking of Johnny Cash as an artist, all-time great. And I think the film paid good respects. I know, did you ever get a chance to see the Johnny Cash documentary about his first wife, the one that was that gave me a really good insight, because I didn't know a lot of the information, and going back and watching the movie and they bring it up,
I know
how disrespectful it was to his first wife.
and it really was. Rosanna Cash is who they're referring to, and it's a great documentary. It was it's available free on Amazon because of the South by Southwest Film Festival. Really good documentary, and I agree. It's really interesting because like you don't want to sometimes learn like negative stuff about you know, you're like your heroes, but it's more like it's more the time, and it's what's right. And one of our first anniversaries, I got Kendra a necklace that was made from Johnny Cash's daughter, and it's this little like bracelet, and it says "Walk the Line."
Yeah, I mean, that was a powerful thing about that documentary, which is one of my favorites of last year, is that the daughters were all so supportive of the
Mom.
of the mom, the first wife.
Yeah.
Really sad, because I mean, Johnny Cash was a very obviously public figure. He was torn, and he had different desires, but I'm glad they made that so we could hear her voice and her perspective. But they do use the clips from the film, and I was thinking of you because I know how much you like the film. But I mean, nobody's perfect. He would have been the first person to tell you I was not a perfect person, whether it was the drug use or relationships or anything else. But that's why we don't try to worship somebody and think that they're perfect, because that doesn't exist. But the film did a good job of, at least, like I said, capturing the essence.
Yes.
Is it a documentary about Johnny Cash's life? No, and nobody should ever watch it as a documentary, but capturing his essence, I think it did its job.
Yeah, I agree. That's my number 2.
Number 2. My number 2 film, you mentioned it earlier. You mentioned it twice, actually. You mentioned it once just as one of your favorites from this era, not in the 10, but outside the 10. And then you mentioned it when you went to your New York Film Academy.
City of God.
Yeah, City of God for me. Another, again, this era of 2002. I remember seeing this movie in theaters by myself. At this point, I had a car, went in, and I'd heard really good things about it and could not believe how great it was. This one was another one of those kind of early films for me that transformed me into wanting to study this art form, or to having a career in it. And the fact that every single actor in this movie is non-professional except one, which was the character who was named Carrot, who had kind of the red hair. Every single person in this film had never been in a movie before, and you look at the performances that they pulled off. the setting, filming in the real favelas, basically almost the real city of God that actually exists in Rio and in Brazil. The music, again, the way it's used, I love the opening scene, the structure of it, the edit, the journey of this character from being young, talking about young actors doing some crazy stuff, like the Lil Dice, that young actor who plays him,
Yeah.
pulling the gun. Every time he pulled the gun, you go, this guy's going to pull the trigger on somebody. And he did, you know, and you have that montage of him going through.
Walking around.
Ele se diverte, eu vou ficar louco.
O que foi, moleque? Teu amigo já levou tudo? Tá querendo o quê, moleque?
Naquela noite, Dadinho matou sua vontade de matar, mesmo sabendo que o cabeleiro não ia perdoar. Para escapar do castigo, ele resolveu dar um tempo fora da cidade de Deus. E teve que dar duro para render uma mixaria.
Que isso, menino?
Otário, igual você. Meu perfeito otário. Valeu, menino.
Dadinho e Bené sabiam se virar sozinhos.
Walking around and just, when you talk about, you know, people like the characters like Joker, these sadistic villains that like to laugh. And that to me is scarier than anything that I've ever seen, like The Shining or the Joker or anything, because that kid was brilliant in his role and what he did and the way that he executed it. And yeah, just the characters, the editing, the structure of it, I thought it was just brilliantly done. And combining French New Wave elements with the editing technique, the jump cuts, but also bringing Italian neo-realist elements and filming in real locations. It just felt so real. I love that world, the color of it, just everything about it. And it still holds up to me. I saw it earlier in the year again, because in another class I show it, and it's just something about it that the weight of the movie is unbelievable. And I like Fernando Meirelles a lot. The Constant Gardener was another movie from this era that he did that I really liked. And he also did The Two Popes last year. So he's still very active. But I also brought up a companion piece that I wanted to mention that's basically a spin-off, or like the DNA of City of God is in it. And it's a movie that I know you've seen because of Kevin, but Gomorrah to me.
Oh, cool, man.
Because this is from this era as well. This is 2008, and it's very much, I would put these two together, but one is Italian, one is Brazilian, getting into the grittiness of youngsters in a really tough environment.
Yeah.
And I just, in the fact that it's based on a real story, City of God, it's a real person that went through this, being a photographer, being in this world of, I want to get out of it somehow.
Yeah.
And I just feel like the film is, and it's an all-time great. It's not like I'm the only one that thinks that. If you go on IMDb or great films of all time, it's on there, and rightfully so. I think it holds up beautifully, and I just love everything about it. And it was tough to kind of rank it because I didn't know where I wanted it to be, but City of God to me is like District 9 too, in terms of the setting is a character in the story, and I love that, which is a very neo-realist element. So City of God, I remember seeing that in theaters, just shocked at what I saw. I just wanted to see it again and again, and really big impact early on. And not surprisingly, a lot of these are like 2001, 2000, 2000, 2003. That's when I was really finding, what do I want to do, and how do, you know, what's going to be my job in life. And this was another movie that just kind of laid down the cement. And there's going to be one movie that dries and kind of gives me that 100% motivation. But this one was the one that early on really kind of got me into different styles of film, and then exploring more Brazilian film, which I love too. When you talk about Elite Squad, I think is a great film. So Central Station, I know you saw that one recently. So there's a lot of great cinema coming out from the world, but City of God was, I think, one for Brazil that really solidified them as a great nation of up and coming cinema. So City of God 2002 at number 2 for me.
I appreciate too the lead having a film camera. That's always a nice touch for some reason. having that a movie within a movie, because we as viewers we enjoy photography, we enjoy that art, and so to see it again emphasizing that world and to see it used so cool how he gets them all together, like it's like you're stuck in a prison, but how do you get some of these prisoners to like think you're cool? You know what I mean? And so he's like, I'm gonna do some photography, and that's how I'm gonna survive in this world. And um, when I think of City of God, I think of when I was watching Beau Travail. I kept thinking of the location and just like it's hot. It's in like a desert environment. It's probably really rough, and like your best bet is to get the people in the environment you cast that are non-actors, essentially non-professional actors. Seeing that like makes it like movies like Requiem for a Dream or City of God, some of the scenes just are so disturbing that I don't like to revisit it. Like the scene where he goes and he like dominates the guy's wife, and then he like I'm pretty sure he like shoots a gun right by him, like just to like shoot it and like have the noise and the ricochet, and then to have the guy no longer want to touch his wife, after they raped his wife. Like all of it's just like so hardcore, extremely hardcore film.
And based on real events, and
Right,
those
right.
favelas still exist, and Brazil is not all, and Rio is not all crime infested, but
It's gnarly out there.
that world is real, and it does start at a young age. I mean, 8, 9, 10-year-olds are doing it. It's not like you got to be a seasoned Godfather, 30-year-old mafia boss. It's like these guys are, and when you talk about gangster film and crime film, I think this is one of the greats too as well. People don't normally think of it as a gangster film, but and you're right, there's a lot of heavy moments without question, and things that this is another one of those movies that I only would have had to see once, but I would remember so many moments from it, just the violence or certain things that happen.
I really appreciated the way I had my own foundation of the film and what I thought about it. I really appreciated you isolating that scene in your class though, to show time and how to establish a character's history.
Mhm.
It's great. It's a great flashback. And then we jump right back into that scene and you're like, shit, this guy's gnarly now. Like it's a good editing style and good storytelling.
That's all it takes too, is just 90 seconds, 2 minutes,
Right.
match
Right.
cut. People think you got to do this elaborate flashback or something that takes 20 minutes of the movie, but if you're efficient and you execute it right, you can do something like that. Anyone can. So I show it for that efficiency because it gets the point across really quickly, but it's also just a great message in general for filmmakers that if you go back and watch that scene, maybe we'll put it up. It's very economic, but so much information is given to you in such a short amount of time, which is why I love it.
Yeah.
So number 2 for me, City of God, and a special kind of connection to Gomorrah, I think, is a nice little spin-off of that. And there were actually actual spin-offs of City of God. There was that show City of Men that they did. So it became very, very, very much of a cult following. It was almost like This Is England. Everyone wanted to know more. Like, I want to know more about this world because it was designed so well.
Right. Going back to This Is England, it was really cool when we were working with Austin. Austin's main reference was from the TV show This Is England, and I was like, "That's great!" Like, he's like, "I love the movie, I love the show," and it's just cool to know people involved in our film. Kind of, we all are on the same page on some things. When City of God, I think of Beau Travail, I think of Gomorrah and Les Miserables.
Yeah, exactly. Les Miserables is very similar too. It's again young people.
Right.
In France, it's the banlieues, which are their projects. It's their favelas. Same thing. They call them poverty traps. You cannot get out of it because you're not getting the resources, you're not getting the education. The government doesn't care. They go let them do whatever they want. So you just have this endless cycle of violence and crime that happens. So those are all great references, and all those have the same connection. When you talk about La Haine, even is a little bit of that as well.
Yeah.
Number one.
Number one.
I'm trying to guess what it is because I'm looking at my list here. And I think you said almost everything except 1 or 2 that I think I'm looking at. But anyway,
my number one I had to watch a couple nights ago just to like it's hard. This is kind of a fun situation to be in. But
I'm just gonna. Okay, I'll dive in. Number one.
Do a intro of it.
I was gonna say, because I'm thinking about like I could say the year, but I think that'll give it away right away. And I also actually I put some notes together for my number one.
What year is it? Just out of curiosity.
You're gonna know it if I say it.
Okay. Is it My Big Fat Greek Wedding?
2002.
I'm just messing with you. Didn't say it, but I thought it's not My Big Fat Greek Wedding. Isn't that you told me that was one?
No, not yet. No. I don't have the hair. Put some. What's it? Put some hairspray on it, or what's he? Put some cleaner on it.
Windex.
Yeah, that's right. Put some Windex on. I liked that movie a lot.
It was great. I mean, of course I'm teasing, but
no, it's a good movie.
Fun moment there for you.
My favorite movie has no music in it until the credits roll.
Got it.
Oh, you got it. Damn. All right.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I shouldn't say that. I don't, but I think I do.
My favorite movie involves three characters that are never in the same scene together, in the same room together. My favorite movie of the decade is
Got it.
My favorite movie is a fun blend of like dark comedy and horror is what I would classify this as a genre. The use of action in it is the most I would ever want to get to in a film. Not to even compare my filmmaking to this, just in general, I'm not into big spectacle. If it gets to a point where we have to crash cars, we have to do some gunshots, this is the peak of it that I would love to get to and strive for. I'm not into the CGI fest. My number one is No Country for Old Men, and it's one I've had to revisit every couple years. It's one that kind of made me question the structure of storytelling as far as what the hell did I just watch when the credits finally roll? Because the two things that really messed me up in the movie was how they execute to show Josh Brolin's character dying and how the movie just kind of ends. It fucked me up. It really bothered me in a really good way. And I remember kind of not having a movie experience like this since A Quiet Place because the use of no music.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because the complete opposite is a film like Walk the Line, right? There's these big musical spectacle moments. And for me, the simplicity of it and the world that I was in, I love. And everyone's performances are incredible. The dialogue's great. I love the mix of humor and horror. When he asked, where does he work, to the woman that works at the trailer park. And she's like, I will not tell you. And they go back and forth and he keeps saying, where does he work? And she just gives him a dirty look. She has no idea that guy's totally capable of coming and murdering you, but she's a strong woman and she's going to, be in the power position in this dynamic. Or, he's making him flip the coin and he doesn't want to flip the coin, or he goes to put it in his pocket and he's like, don't put it in your pocket. Like all of it's so bizarre on the take. And then, I can't remember the first name, but McCarthy is the last name of the writer of the book, Cormac McCarthy. Mm-hmm. And if you read the book, it's really interesting. I haven't looked at it in a long time, but if you look at it, you would almost think Josh Brolin could be like the villain, and they kind of flipped your approach. And it's really important, your casting, essentially, because if you don't have Sugar, if you don't have Javier Bardem, you have a completely different kind of film. Mm-hmm. And I like the use. I'm really a big fan of animalistic character traits. And when Josh Brolin looks at the money and decides to just go and grunt, I love those kinds of things. I don't need dialogue sometimes. I prefer moments where it's like a real life moment and it makes sense. And it's like it's an odd thing to have in there. To have the wife refer to, you don't have to flip it, it's your choice. And then to have Javier Bardem kind of laughing that, why does everybody say that? It's just really fun. I like we don't get to see the kill when he kills the wife. When he leaves the room, he checks his shoes to make sure there wasn't blood on it. When we deal with the coin, Javier Bardem is all about the coin, heads or tails, but then also we use the coin to go into the, what's the word for me, in the hotels. I have it. The you know what I'm talking about, where they stash the money, where the AC is. What's the word?
Yeah, the vent.
Yeah, the vent. So the use of coin for the vent, There's no fat on it. Everything has a fun kind of foreshadow for a reason. And when Tommy Lee Jones goes to check on the hotel after he was just getting done talking to the local sheriff in the city about, no one would ever go back to a crime scene. And he goes back to the crime scene. And we don't really know if Javier Bardem was there, the way they kind of edit that scene. And you feel Tommy Lee Jones's stress. You feel him not ready to go and jump into a gunfight. And then he sees when he's sitting on the bed in the room, the coin on the ground. And we get it. We understand where the money is. We know who has the money. We know what happened with that. And yeah, it's a really special film for me. It's a big one.
And I don't think I mentioned it on purpose because I thought it would come up on your list, but one of the great things you mentioned too is the lack of music, but you don't need to have music to create intensity. For example, the scene where the shoes are squeaking across the floor and he's that's a great moment right there where you're using sound. Silence is a form of sound and it can create more tension. And great cast. I even like Kelly MacDonald as the wife. I think that's a great understated performance. She's always really good. Of course, Josh Brolin and Javier Bardem. The hair I think everyone remembers how weird his hair was. But the one thing that kind of was I thought was a great approach was that whatever that weapon he had, that air pressure thing, where it's not a gun, it's not a knife, it's not a flamethrower, it's not a bomb. It's like he's just walking around with this thing, looks innocent. And I think they created such great tension. When you mentioned horror film, he's like a horror film. He's Michael Myers. He's Jason from Friday the 13th, another version of that. So, and I love the Coen brothers, and this was one of their great films without question, and it won Best Picture. So, I mean, it deserved all the attention that it got. And I think it was even the same year as There Will Be Blood. And that's a great combo to have those two filmmakers, gritty, amazing film. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see it in there.
And I like Tommy Lee Jones's character. It's my favorite role for him. He's such a retired sheriff.
Yeah, exactly.
You feel it. And I love the scenes where he sits where Sugar sits. He sits where he sits. And he even says lines. He's like, well, I've been where his shoes have been in, and it's certainly made an impression on me. And then you get the reflection in the TV. And I didn't realize this, but when I wanted to picture the framing of Baba and Freddie in the living room watching TV, my head is when Josh Brolin's sitting on the couch with his wife and they're watching TV. In my brain, that's a big shot reference for me. And when I use like my filmography language with somebody, that one comes up a lot for references. In the way they use I love that Josh Brolin's character wakes up in the middle of the night to grab water, and you know what he's going to do. And it's just really well done movie. I love it. It's funny. It is Best Picture and things like that, but whatever. I love it.
Well, the Coen brothers, they're kind of like Scorsese when they started their career. They weren't doing big films or getting a lot of attention. I mean, I think they've never even had a $100 million movie for so many years.
Good.
And I mean, when you think about Fargo, you think about Big Lebowski, you think about Miller's Crossing, and even I think The Man Who Wasn't There was a great little underrated film from this era that they did that I really liked.
Black and white.
What's that?
It's another black and white film. I think it's great.
Exactly. And another one I didn't say because I thought maybe you would bring it up when you talk about this, but I think Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is a really great, fun film from, again, this era. So, but when they got to No Country for Old Men and True Grit, they had financial success as well, which allowed them to tell different stories and all that. But I'm always curious what they do. I think they're great in terms of their style, blending dark humor, serious moments, going back to Fargo and all the films they've done before. So they just know how to balance that. And I think movies like Three Billboards are in the spin-off and DNA of a Coen Brothers movie. You can watch Three Billboards and and Martin McDonagh is great because he's doing that his own thing, but it has a feel of a Coen Brothers film. And Cormac McCarthy is I don't know if you remember his style of writing, but it's very unique. The way that he does dialogue, it's almost like a screenplay.
Yeah.
And I remember
it feels nice.
I remember reading this and The Road because those are kind of his two big adaptations. But this one, definitely heavy, powerful film, memorable, a lot of moments. I haven't seen it from beginning to end in a while, but I would love to revisit it again after hearing some of the moments that you talked about and things that you took away from it.
We get the phone call where he kills Woody Harrelson, and it's like a Michael Myers phone call. You know, he's just breathing over the phone, and then Josh Brolin starts talking to him, and you're like, you're right. Like it's a Michael Myers, it's a Jason Voorhees, the way it's approached. And I just get a kick out of like, they were never in the same room together. So if you even think about it from a structure of filmmaking, it's very efficient, divide and conquer, you know. And I'm not a big fan of doing a dialogue scene with 5 people in a room. I like the way it's spread thin and really personal. And
yeah, it's just like goals. I love it. Like, yeah, I think it's a ensemble, but spread out really nicely.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree. Yeah, great choice.
And I gave my stepdad for Christmas The Road.
You gave, what did you give him?
The book The Road.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, man.
He's a great author.
Yeah.
Almost perfect for adapting it into a movie. His
Yeah.
style. Yep.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, I look forward to when they do on the Team Deacons podcast. They do an episode for No Country. That'd be cool.
Good choice. Great choice.
That's it. That's mine. That's it. Oh, we know. I can't wait to hear you go. You go hard on this. Go hot on your film.
Should I tell you what I had as the
Oh
one
yeah,
that-
please, please.
So you probably can't see, but I had Bronson
Mulholland Drive. Yeah, Bronson
I
at the top.
had Walk the Line,
Gangs.
Mulholland Drive, Gangs in New York, and then I had The Dark Knight, and then under here I had
I see it.
the ones that I thought you might say. So There Will Be Blood,
Yeah,
Bill, This
Eastern
Is-
Promise is the only one I didn't bring up. You're right.
The Wrestler, and then No Country for Old Men. I knew you would. So I mean, I got a good amount of them. I think Big Fish and Into the Wild were those were new ones to hear that I
Nice.
didn't know. So not too bad. I maybe like got a 70% of them, maybe 60-70%. Oh, you had Mulholland Drive in there too. Zodiac. Not bad. Yeah, no, those are good. Some of those I haven't said, but I will mention them in our other final list that we do at the end, where we'll just kind of.
But please, man, tell me about your number one.
Number one film. I've seen it so much. Obviously, just can't say enough about the film. I have like probably 3 different copies of it because I've purchased it so much over the years. Made a big impact on me just seeing it just the first time. It's like I wanted to share it with people. Okay, you got to see this movie. And it's from 2003 and it's The Room.
Oh, I knew you. Dude. Hey, that's a good cover. Show the personal photograph inside.
So we have Tommy.
Yeah, dude. That is.
You can also select from the Tommy underwear, so whatever size you are, XL,
where,
L, doesn't matter. But
That's where
yeah,
night.
The Room is, I mean, love this movie. And I have seen it a lot and I do show it in class. So yeah, I mean, who can say anything bad about this movie?
Correct,
The
man.
Disaster Artist spinoff. So yeah, that was my number one.
Very good, man. Very good.
Yeah, it's cool. So let's see. No, I'm kidding. My number one is my favorite film of all time for me, of course.
Yeah.
Again, anyone who walks into any home I've ever been in, you'll be surrounded by images of this film. You mentioned it earlier. I think it was your 9, and I talked about kind of the process of me watching it with my father, which made it a memorable experience. I saw it 3 times in theaters. I just couldn't believe a movie could do what this did. Again, talking about soundtracks, I played the soundtrack day and night. There was a like a spin-off soundtrack. It was called More Music from Gladiator. I bought that. I already liked Russell Crowe. He immediately became my favorite actor, truly favorite actor after seeing this film, because he balances so many different emotions in this film. We talked about the title earlier, Gladiator, very brutal, violent, blood, just swords, all that kind of stuff. You have that aspect, which he pulls off really well because he's a physical presence. Then you have this story of family, trying to get back to his wife and kids, nature, birds, farming, touching dirt, having a dog. that connection, that the poeticism of his life. And you have the fusion of these two, right? You have the violence, which is just Gladiator. You have the revenge that he's trying to go for, but you also have the balance of just this guy's life as a human and losing his son, losing his wife, and at one point wanting to just die, not being motivated by anything, because when you lose your wife and child, it's the most devastating thing. And of course, being taken by slaves and still not wanting to fight, but then realizing there's might be a greater purpose, that maybe slowly you will be able to get that revenge and change the things that you want to change. And I just thought that dynamic for Russell to pull that off, the vulnerability, the strength, the poeticism, a little bit of kind of small jokes here and there. I thought just, and rightfully so, won the Oscar for Best Actor. I mean, The Insider, he could have won. We talked about Beautiful Mind, he could have won. Master Commander, he could have won. I mean, so many times he could have won, but I was so happy when he won I remember watching the Oscars with my parents and my brother and everybody. And I think I like took off my shirt and started running around because I was like, oh my God, he got it.
Hell yeah.
And that was before the movie wins Best Picture. That was just, wow. So it also sparked the, they call it the Gladiator effect, I think, where it's because this style of cinema had died in the 60s. So you had Spartacus and El Cid and all these types of movies, but and you had movies like Cleopatra that cost so much money to make, these epic films, and just were failures. And no studio wanted to touch that style of film. They call them the sword and sandal films. And then you have Gladiator coming out in 2000, and it's not based on the book. It's not based on anything. It's not a remake of something. It was just kind of an original concept. And it becomes a huge financial hit, huge critical hit. And you have the return of the epic film. You mentioned 300 earlier. Right. You have the King Arthur one that Antoine Fuqua made, which was basically, he said, I wanted to make my own version of Gladiator. Last Samurai, Alexander, even Master and Commander is in that same mode. Kingdom of Heaven,
yeah.
And Troy, all these movies. And for me, for Ridley Scott, this was such a great decade for him because he started his career. He did The Duelist, he did Alien, he did Blade Runner. He's just on fire. Even through the 80s, he was doing some solid movies. Then he does Thelma and Louise, big hit. Then when you get into the 90s, he kind of fell off a little bit. He did the Christopher Columbus 1492 film, which I think is solid, but didn't do really well. He did a movie called White Squall. He did G.I. Jane, which is a good movie, but it didn't quite capture audiences. And then Gladiator just kind of breaks him out again and starts his second phase of his career, which right after Gladiator, Black Hawk Down, which I love.
Yeah.
Hannibal, which I think is a really great film. American Gangster, which I love from this era, which I wanted to mention it when I talk about him.
For sure.
Another one that I love too that doesn't get enough attention, Matchstick Men, I think, with Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage
Great
and
film.
Rockwell. Yeah.
Yeah, great film. Even just talking about Nicolas Cage, I even enjoyed The Weatherman, the one that he did. That's a whole other thing. But and then Kingdom of Heaven, the director's cut, I love as well as one of the great films. That was one that I was playing around with where I'm going to position it. But I said, hey, when I talk about Ridley, when I talk about Gladiator, I'll just kind of throw it in because I really, really love that film. So this movie just, I remember going to Universal Studios. I don't know if you remember, but they had like a little Gladiator exhibit there. Did you ever see it?
No, one of my first memories of going there was stuff with when E.T. was still there.
Mm-hmm.
The Blues Brothers was still a live show. I was
Right.
big on that.
Yep.
So it was more like that as my first kind of memories, like E.T., the Tram with the original, the OG King Kong in it.
I got so excited I forgot to hold up the old school. The room
good,
took me out, but this is the this was one of the first big set because they've released so many versions of this movie, but this was, we got our two favorite actors there together.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Like that's our, and then I like that both our number ones have won Best Picture. It's like it's okay,
And different styles of movie too, nothing to do with each other. But I just think it's great when you think about the way that this film is executed, and Ridley Scott is the master of creating worlds too, these worlds that you believe in. And if you ever see anything about the making of this film, it should not ever have been as good as it is. They did not have a complete script. think they only had like 25 pages done. And keep in mind, this is $100 million movie. They're going into production with barely anything done on it. And they had to bring in other writers. Russell Crowe had to bring in his own just ideas into it, like strength and honor. They say it in the film. He said that was his motto at his high school. It was like in Latin, it was strength and honor. So he decided to do that. Some of a bunch of moments in the film, it was just, hey, let's try it and see if it works. And the different speeches, even his name, Maximus Decimus Meridius, Russell just made it up because originally in the script, his name was Narcissus, which doesn't make any sense because his character is the opposite of that. So he thought, hey, Maximus Decimus Meridius has a good flow, and that became his name. So the fact that Ridley Scott picked Russell, who hadn't done anything like this, I thought was great. It really showed what he thought of him, and it created a great partnership. I even like A Good Year. I'm one of the few people in the world that think that's a solid film. But going to, Robin Hood and everything that they did together, Body of Lies is another one from this era.
That's good.
So this movie just got me into wanting to know more. And going back to Universal Studios, they used to have this exhibit which was tucked away. It wasn't even anywhere that you would think, but I found it. And you go in the back, and it was the sword from the film, and it was a cardboard cutout of Russell. And every time I'd go there, I would say, I need to take a picture with this. It's not going to be here. So for maybe like 3 or 4 years, it was there. Cool. And then eventually I don't know what they did with it, but some of those exhibits, like the Fast and Furious ones, they keep, but some of the other ones they didn't. But I would always get excited when we went on the tram and they would show a clip from it and the montage of, so, and for Russell with Universal, it was even cooler because he did Gladiator and then A Beautiful Mind right after. So going to Universal, it was like going to see, Russell and things that he had done. And he had the Imagine offices, Imagine Entertainment, where Ron Howard was, and you would look and see, is anyone going to be in there? So, I could talk about this movie for weeks and hours and years in terms of the impact that it had, whether it's the music, the visuals. The cast is just all-time great when you talk about, obviously, Russell leading the way, but Joaquin Phoenix being such a great character that gets under your skin. The weaselness of him, his the brokenness that he had with his father not really accepting him, and Connie Nielsen as the sister, Lucilla, I think is unbelievable. Oliver Reed as his last movie is a great, going back to talking about Heath Ledger. And the fact that he died while they were making the film, and if you look at the making of it, what they had to do to reconstruct him shows, again, this movie should not ever have been as successful because everything was stacked against them. Of course, Richard Harris, I think, is awesome. Djimon Hounsou as Juba in this film, that really launched his career even more. I mean, Amistad helped kind of get his name out there, but Gladiator launched him, and now he's kind of stuck in this mentor role. If you look at the movies he's in with King Arthur, and I forgot some of the other ones that he's done recently, but he's kind of playing this mentor figure now. But like great performances, strong men. Blood Diamond and In America was another great one that I liked from this era with Jim Sheridan as the director. So you can go down to the cast, the young actor Spencer Treat Clark playing. Basically, he was an Unbreakable as well, so he kind of had a good moment in there.
I saw him at the Draft House.
Yeah, I think I remember you saying something about him.
I just went like that.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, he was in Glass, wasn't he? Didn't they bring him back?
Yeah, and he's in he's great. I think he's a cool actor. There's just sometimes the timing's right. Sometimes you're just like,
Exactly. And then you even have Tommy Flanagan, the guy with the scar. I think he was on Sons of Anarchy or something. I remember seeing he was in Braveheart.
Correct. No, he's his friend. The other friend I really liked was Ralph Moeller.
Yeah, Ralph Moeller. Great performance by him.
He's the one that probably would win in the real fight if like they let them all kind of get after it. His physicality was insane.
Well, I would say him versus Sven Ole Thorsen, who plays Tigress, the guy in the. He was basically working. He was like Arnold's stunt double for a few films, and he's in Conan the Barbarian as not as a double, but big old like Scandinavian, as you can tell by that name. So and I love that scene anyway too. And if you go back and watch the film, and I've watched so many times, whenever there's music, it's a big battle with many people. Whenever he's in the arena by himself, there's never any music. And I think that was a great choice because you get into his mindset of hearing the metal clanking and the one-on-one battle or the are you not entertained moment, which
Yeah.
it's so crazy to see how some of these lines have become iconic for people. I hear people quote, "Are you not entertained?" so many times, and I think that's cool. And what we do in life echoes in eternity, I think, is a great motto to go by in life in general. So again, the power of this film, the music, the cast, just launched everything. It got, like, I said, a lot of cement was poured for me with various films in my 10, but the cement was dried really with this film in terms of,
Yeah.
what a amazing film. And I remember it was one of the first films I saw in theaters where the audience was crying at the end. I could actually hear crying. And Crouching Tiger was another one, so same year, but it was the first time that I would look around and go, a movie can do that? Because I'm like 15, 16 when I see this movie. I'm not thinking about it in that way, but it kind of sparks something in me, and it's wow. I mean, a movie can really have all these elements. It can make you cry, it can get you excited, it can get you scared, it can, all these things that the movie combines together so well. Just um, make it an all-time great, I think, hopefully for other people, but for me, it's I don't I don't want to say anything, I don't want to say that it can never happen, but it'll be hard for any movie to ever change for me to be my favorite movie as the years have gone by. 20 years later, it just gets more and more for me. And we just got that 20th anniversary set that came out earlier in the year, and on the day the film came out, May 5th, it came out May 5th 2000. On May 5th 2020, 20 years later, we watched the movie, and it was like our 20-year anniversary. And my brother and I were so mad because we wanted to see it in theaters, but because they were going to do a 20th anniversary run at AMC and Regal and all that, but of course maybe next year, or maybe the 25th anniversary. Now, we don't talk about the sequel. We don't want the sequel to be made. We want Ridley Scott to forget about even wanting to make the sequel because it is not necessary.
I was gonna say probably that'll be the only movie to probably top it. Is
No, it won't. I
the
can guarantee
sequel.
you that. It will not. It'll probably make me angry, the fact that it was even made, because it's sometimes you can just leave something alone. I know Ridley is in this mode of, I did Blade Runner, I gotta have somebody do Blade Runner 2049. I did Alien, I gotta do Alien Covenant, I gotta do Prometheus. He's in this thing of, I gotta find the perfect version of the thing I've already made that's already great.
Yeah.
Alien is all-time great film.
Yeah.
Blade Runner is all-time great film.
Yeah.
Gladiator, all-time great film. Leave it alone. Just keep it the way it is. It is not even necessary there's nothing I want to know more about this world. I think it ends perfectly. The emotion, the music, even at the end, it was supposed to be Oliver Reed's character that buries the figurines, but because he passed away, they changed it to Djimon Hounsou as the one who buries it. So the making of the film is almost as exciting as the film itself if you watch the behind the scenes. I think this old DVD I have is pretty much it's a 3 hour and 20-minute documentary about the making of the film. And I think it's on that 20th anniversary one. But just, I think anyone that enjoys the film, visual effects, costume design, everything, they cover it. And I love the commentary with Russell and Ridley. If you ever get it, I don't know if you ever listen to it, but it's really fun. They start talking about different things and their experience. And they obviously have tons of chemistry, made like 8 films together. So again, I can talk about this movie all day, all night, all year, but I don't think anyone would be surprised that knows me or has known me even for a short amount of time that I even have a Gladiator license plate frame. I never put it on my car because that's going too far, but it's I have it in my room at my parents' house, and it's still up. I bought so many. I have the sword from the movie. I own the sword from the film. So I was going all out. I got different posters, and I was trying to find anything with this movie because it's excited me so much. So yeah, I got the signed picture from Russell. That I have 2 signed pictures of him, from both were given to me as gifts.
It's awesome.
And from him.
It's awesome.
So
yeah, that's
anyway.
No, it's I just in general, whatever the subject matter is, I like hearing people talk about what they're really passionate about. It's cool. It was cool to hear you kind of go hot. Yeah, I own Sugar's, cow thing he uses to, you know, shoot the heads off. I got some like that, like for my movie. No, that's a great. That's probably the best hero's journey story though, right? Like that or King Arthur, right? Like that kind of structure. That's the blueprint essentially. Is what to, or if someone wanted to go, I want to get into filmmaking, and I'm reading about the hero's journey. What movie should I check out first? I just feel like Gladiator's the one to go to. There's no other way around it.
It's the hero's journey, but with almost a more religious connotation of Jesus and the sacrifice, because Braveheart is in the same mode.
Right. That's why I brought up earlier. Yeah.
Person getting to the goal but dying, road to perdition. It's
Right.
Children of Men. These all have more almost like, I mean, the hero's journey in biblical stuff is very close, but it's not the hero's journey in the traditional sense of, let's say, like King Arthur, where you come back with the sword and you've conquered and life goes on.
Right.
I got to my goal,
Yeah.
to kill Commodus, but the ultimate sacrifice is being reunited with your family, which made it. I mean, those moments, those things that they did with Elysium and the way that they created it, I think was just added more emotion to it, and the way that they constructed everything. So it was a movie on paper. If you read what happened, one of the actors dies and that you only got 20 pages of a script, some of the dialogue is not working and you got to reconstruct this. And they did some reshoots here and there. You would think, oh, well, this is going to turn to more like an Alexander or a Troy, where it doesn't quite have the iconic moments. But I think the mix of Russell and Ridley being together brought the best out, because they both really, I think, work well with each other. And then you got young Joaquin, then you got the veterans like Richard Harris and Oliver Reed, then you have Connie Nielsen bringing a lot of grace and beauty and honor to that role. So I love everything about this film, whether it's the music or characters. And I think it still holds up. And I think more and more people are really appreciating it the more I see it. Because if you look at, and I don't care too much anyway for Rotten Tomatoes, but if you look at the reviews for Rotten Tomatoes, it's like at a 73 or 74%.
That's silly.
But if you look at, I think on the IMDb top 250, it's like number 40 all time. And I think more and more people, probably they're the same age as me or you, or even my brother's age, have kind of seen that, wow, this movie is great, that it does hold up, and it is an all-time amazing film. So yeah, that number one for me.
That's good. It's a good number. That was the first soundtrack I bought that didn't come with any actual songs. It was a score, and I like was really impactful for me. And yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
If we were to make a list of the best scores of all time, Conan the Barbarian for me is number one. I mean,
Cool.
That's music, but this definitely would be right up there second. And the most I've ever listened to this, without question. I remember going to El Camino. I had the car I had didn't have a CD player, so when you used to have the one where you put the tape in, it was like the extension.
Yeah.
And it would be sitting in the passenger seat, and I would put the CD in, and it would play, and it just would motivate you to write and be creative, and or even, I mean, to be honest with you, this one reason why I connected a lot to this film was when I was young, my family and we moved around a lot. And I went to a lot of different schools. I had to kind of restart and make friends with people and trying to find a way in, especially being 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 years old. And what I had to do was somehow gain the crowd's support or let them know who I am. Yeah. And I generally did it through sports. And I had to kind of prove myself that, this is who I am. I'm coming from somewhere else you don't know, but I can play basketball or whatever. And this movie really motivated me, because I kind of felt like him in certain moments, like entering into the arena and trying to say, like, I don't care. I'm going to go straight through and do what I need to do. And I'm going to show that who I am through my performance, whatever it might be. So the movie has, I won't get into it too much, but it has a deeper thing for me, other than just, oh, it was a great film that I love. It got me through a lot of things, a lot of moments in my life. And that's why I think, and the age I saw it was just for 15 years old, I think I was perfect for me to just understand what a movie can really be as a whole. Everything clicking together, I think, is what made the movie just iconic and memorable.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I'm with you. When I worked at Equinox as a trainer, I would sometimes teach a group fitness class, and just if the teacher didn't show up last minute, I would put on the score of Gladiator sometimes. That's why just because you kind of brought that up, and people were like, "What the fuck," you know? And then before you know it, they were like kind of in it a little more than they thought they'd be. Yeah.
I used to work out to the Gladiator score.
Yeah. No, it's
pumped up a little bit, but sometimes you don't need the pump up. It's kind of like you're working out and you need a little bit of a relax. So
it's how you train kind of safely, actually, instead of metalhead and you're swinging weight around. No, that's the philosophy behind it. We're on the same page with it. So this was a good run, man. Good top 10.
I think this one went, oh my God, I just realized it's almost 3:00.
I know. That's why we could just thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. So before we finish, I'll just name some
Cool.
other films. I had some other DVDs picked out, but I want to give my respect to documentaries. Man on Wire.
Cool, man. Good cover.
King of Kong.
Yeah, that's right.
And of course, Overnight.
Oh yeah.
A couple other ones. Amelie is a great film from this era. Really appreciate the visual style. And then Jafar Panahi, I mentioned him when I talked about This Is Not a Film, the movie where he hid the movie in a cake. He did a movie called Crimson Gold, which is almost like a taxi driver for Iranian cinema. I got to have you borrow this and look at it.
Yeah, definitely.
Offside, which was about, I think I told you this is the reason why he got banned from making films. It was about women who are banned from going to soccer games. She sneaks in. Great film, 2006, I think it came out. A couple others, even from sticking with the Middle East. The Band's Visit, an Israeli movie. Awesome film. Not dark humor, but dry humor. This like Napoleon Dynamite meets Lost in Translation.
Okay.
That's the best way to put it. Paradise Now, Palestinian film, powerful film about two friends. Not actual brothers, but brothers just from being friends young and what they have to go through. I'm not really a big fan of animation, but this is actually, it takes it more into a shadow puppet role, which is the movie Persepolis, which is a coming of age story based on a book by Marjan Satrapi, who's an Iranian author and filmmaker. Great film. Wanted to mention that. Another one, I've talked to you about this. You've mentioned this. You said you took your buddies to see this movie and it kind of went over their head. A Prophet.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey, that's it. Like The Godfather. That's what we went to. I went to Manhattan Beach to this little small theater, and my friends were like, "Fuck you, dude." Yeah.
And they're doing the remake of it, and guess who's starring in it? Russell Crowe.
Russell, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Let's see how it happens. Another one that I really love. Shout out to Japan. Shun, how you doing? Movie called The Twilight Samurai. Absolutely love this film. Haruyuki Sanada is the lead role. You know him because he's done he was in Last Samurai, he was in Sunshine. Awesome film, really overlooked. Not a lot of people know about it. And then sticking even with Japanese film, movie called Departure. I don't know if you remember that one, but it's I think it was 2008.
Cool, man.
A couple other ones, The Machinist, crazy film, Christian Bale. Being crazy as always. Another one I mentioned from a few weeks ago when we talked about Jennifer Connelly, House of Sand and Fog.
Cool, man.
Heavy film.
Yeah.
Another one here, Sin Nombre. I know you've seen this one.
Yeah, I just saw this here. Yeah,
the film that connected me to him.
Yeah.
Another movie, I don't know if you've ever seen this before. Have you ever seen Time Crimes? Mexican film.
Oh, yeah, that looks so cool.
I gotta add this to the pile. Great film. We talk about time travel.
Oh, okay.
All that kind of stuff. Like Tenet is. There's other films that have done it better. Another movie that I really love too. It's a Danish movie. It's a movie called Allegro. Did you ever see this?
No, man. I'm stoked though.
Okay, I gotta add that. I have this argument with my brother all the time. He loves The Prestige. He swears by it. I say no. The
Illusionist.
So, and I'm going to even open this up so you can see that it's such a great film. This is for my brother.
Shout out to Neil Berger, who did his first film with Raymond J. Barry.
The Assassination, The Interview with the Assassin.
Yeah. Another filmmaker that almost like Kerry Fukunaga, I kind of reached out to early on.
Sweet.
Ramin Bahrani, and he's made a bunch of films. The one that I love the most, I don't have. It's a movie called Goodbye Solo, but he's in the same. I would put him in the same category as Sean Baker. A lot of
Sweet.
neo-realist relocation. So Man Push Cart, another great one that he did. I think you'd really appreciate his style. And then
Great.
Chop Shop. Chop Shop is another, if you can see, kind of has that.
Yeah, I could see. I don't know these though. That's awesome.
Someone like, actually, you know what? I think I read that Criterion is putting out his movies.
Cool.
So that would be a good thing to take a look at. I already mentioned it, but I just brought it anyway. Kingdom of Heaven director's cut.
Yeah, that was very good. You know, it's a good way to look at Orlando Bloom is not a, you know, as a leading man is a good film.
And then of course another classroom classic for me. Love this movie. I'm Not Scared.
Cool, man. Yeah.
2003.
Yeah, great. That's another one that was it's really fun when you don't get to know what's going on in the movie. And all you would tell us is like, as we went into class, you're like, it's called I'm Not Scared. And then for me, my head went to like a horror movie for so long until the reveal that it's like, you know.
Well, I did that on purpose because the opening feels like a horror movie.
It's crazy.
I said,
Yeah.
I'm not scared. Just go ahead and watch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another movie I really like, the Austrian-German film, Revanche. Have you ever seen this?
Oh, never
Actually,
even
a
heard of it.
Criterion. It's a Criterion. Not a lot of people
Yeah,
know about this. You'd appreciate this movie. That's all. And we talked about her yesterday. I just wanted to bring it up. 35 Shots of Rum.
Great. Great. Yeah. Yeah. Claire Denis. Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably going to go into the next box or whatever I give you. And then this movie is not, again, these aren't the greatest films, but I love the opening of this film and I love the style of the film. JCVD, the Van Damme one. Did you ever see that?
No, is it? I've never watched it.
I'll watch it.
You gotta appreciate it. I think you'll like what you see. Going through a couple more here. I actually had this was actually helpful. I should have done this when I was making the list because so many came up. Underappreciated movie, The Cell.
Oh yeah.
Good movie.
Oh
and
yeah.
Another movie of his, Tarsem, that I really, really like from this era, The Fall. Did you ever see The Fall?
I don't think so. No.
I gotta find that for you. Russian Ark. The only
Oh, the Oner. The
One-
infamous Oner.
Did you see this yet?
Yeah. I had to. I was kind of sick of like hearing about that it's just one shot and people like to just talk about it as opposed to they never watched it. You know, it was good.
Another, I know you appreciate this movie like I do because it's got your buddy in it, Shadow of the Vampire.
Oh, William Dafoe. Hey, was Rock and Rolla was in this era too, huh?
Yeah, Rock and Roller was.
It's a good one. It's a good movie.
Kind of staying in that role. Well, I'm thinking of Joe Carnahan because he did Smoking Aces, but
I know.
before Smoking Aces, we have Narc. Which I saw it in theaters with my brother. Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean,
Yeah.
can't talk
Really
about
good movie. Really good director's commentary.
I couldn't find Memories of Murder, but I just had Mother, so I just hold that up for my buddy Bong.
Boom.
Another movie that, hey, not a lot of people might think that I like, but I think it's great. Once. Did you ever see Once?
Mm-mm.
They made it into like a Broadway show. Great film.
I recognize the cover.
Yeah. And then the other Turkish director I talked about the other day too, his name is Nuri Bilge Ceylan, and he has a movie called Distant, which is awesome, and then Three Monkeys. Very, very meditative, very Tarkovsky inspired. And then I had just some other ones. I think I mentioned Michael Haneke, of course, Cache, Piano Teacher, White Ribbon. I mean, I can't say enough about those. Spike Lee in this era, 25th Hour, Inside Man, Bamboozled, Slumdog Millionaire and Sunshine, just speaking of Danny Boyle, some great films. Even The Fast and Furious, Gone in 60 Seconds. This is like my early era of loving cars and movies.
Yeah.
The Hurt Locker. Did you ever see Fish Tank?
No, I didn't see Fish Tank.
I get that one.
But I agree about the first Fast and Furious.
I love the first one.
It's a good movie. It's very good. It holds up nice too. It's a good movie.
Christopher Nolan loves Tokyo Drift.
I've read that. I've read that.
You know, he loves what he loves. A Training Day. I know you had that. Zatoichi the Blind Swordsman. Did you ever see that? Love that one. Before the Devil Knows You're Dead.
Yeah, I know. I had that one on too. Yeah.
Diving Bell and the Butterfly. And then Clint Eastwood. I mean, this era, let's talk about Million Dollar Baby,
Baby.
Mystic River, Letters from Iwo Jima, Changeling. I loved all those. Girl Fight, big fan of that one. American Psycho, from this era.
Wasn't it also Flags of Our Fathers, right? With Iwo Jima.
I didn't like Flags of Our Fathers as much, but Letters from Iwo Jima was awesome.
I got to see those at a film festival, like a double feature kind of thing with my grandfather, and it was very like. I
That's
agree. Letters from Iwo Jima was better, but both were just a trip to see as a thing, to see like as a combo.
Crazy Heart. That was just thinking of kind of other things from this era. Waltz with Bashir, The Road. I think I mentioned already. American Splendor. Did you ever see that one? The Paul
Giamatti. Yeah.
That was a nice one. Monster, the Patty Jenkins one. Eastern Promises, History of Violence, of course. In the Mood for Love, Wong Kar-wai. The Secret in Their Eyes, that clip I always try to show in the class, the shot of the Wall-E. I'm not a big animated person, but Wall-E is probably my favorite Pixar movie ever. I still say that. Grizzly Man, Control Room, Jesus Camp, Taxi to the Dark Side, Fog of War. Those are my other documentaries I wanted to mention. Whale Rider, Talk to Her, Pan's Labyrinth, Last King of Scotland, Wind That Shakes the Barley. Did you ever see that?
No.
1 Hour Photo, Bad Santa, Ghost World.
Yeah.
And then another movie that you saw recently that's from this era that I absolutely love. It would have been somewhere maybe like 30, 40. I didn't rank it, but Sexy Beast. Yeah.
It should good. I'm glad you brought it up. It should just be in the mix.
I thought maybe it crept into your 10 at one point because you didn't say it, but I think maybe it's too new for you. I don't think it was going to jump in, but yeah, I could have done another 100, but those were some of the ones, and there's so many more I'm sure you have on your list that I didn't even say.
But Sexy Beast is one where after it ended, I watched it with Kendra, and I just went to the bedroom and watched it again. And like that, if we do the same exercise 10 years from now, it'll probably come up, or it'll probably be a big influence on me this next decade. The ones you didn't name off, or I heard you name off Hurt Locker.
Yeah.
I think I heard you name off Training Day.
Yep.
The films that I just want to bring up that we didn't touch on is, I think we should just bring up Avatar. It should just be brought up, just because of how innovating it is and how to looking at a film. It's such a big spectacle, and you could spend a couple months on a movie, or a couple years, or a decade on a film. And so definitely innovation there. And it's cool to see like him work up to this, with like Terminator, True Lies, Titanic. And then like, now I'm going to go even bigger. He's going to just keep going to where one movie takes an entire lifespan is what's going to end up being, kind of thing.
Decade in general for those, I mentioned earlier, the superhero film and these large kind of I mean, I don't know if I mentioned it, but the first X-Men film I love. It's a superhero film, and Hulk I mentioned too. So yeah, if you talk about Marvel, this was kind of them finding their footing, and Iron Man and all that came from this era.
I thought X-Men 2 was an amazing movie theater experience. And it was really fun. And then when Wolverine goes hot in the house, really good. Remember the Titans is I saw it with my football team. So I'm like the entire football team in the year 2000. So it's a bunch of kids watching a movie about football on a football team. So it was a fun one.
I would say Any Given Sunday would be my better, grittier version. That was 99, but yeah. No, a lot of people love Remember the Titans.
No, I'll never forget, we had a VHS copy of Any Given Sunday. I think it was the first Black person I've ever seen naked. I just remember like that movie was an adult movie. That movie was like, I was a kid and then watching Remember the Titans, very Disney, except for the stuff with the guy and the getting hit in the car accident, stuff like that's heavy. But yeah, Any Given Sunday is fucking gnarly. It's an adult movie. You had named off documentaries right now, and I didn't name off a bunch of documentaries, but one we didn't talk about was is it called The Devil and Daniel Johnson?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that one?
Johnson, yeah, that's a good one.
I could sing the one song right now, and like how it sounds and the lyrics, and
it Give us the first line.
Trying to remember, dun, 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 but the feelings, right?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna fucking keep.
But I always give love to documentaries because I think
Yeah.
I love that art form. And like I said, Grizzly Man, Werner Herzog, that powerful one. I mean, even talking about him coming to class and showing the I keep forgetting the name with Christian Bale, the Rescue Dawn. That was another one from this era, which was
yeah,
a fun one.
which was that's Werner Herzog, right? Yeah. Remember the Titans Training Day? Just kind of had like little Denzel. The last film I just want to touch on and say, and this is one where I saw it in theaters. I saw it at a film festival with my grandfather. I think he realized maybe I was too young. I remember the way he responded to it. He was kind of like, eh. He took me to go see Sideways.
Yeah, I was thinking about, I didn't put it on there, but I actually was thinking of the 2010 to 2019. I really like The Descendants, the other Alexander Payne film they did with George Clooney.
I had it on my in the mix. The use of the Hawaiian music, the vibe. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of this filmmaker. Yeah.
And About Schmidt, I love too, from this era. You know,
Yeah.
I didn't mention it, but yeah, Sideways is great.
And then Nebraska.
I think that was the next decade, right? That was like
Yeah, that's correct. But just like some hitters, just some really good hitters.
Not Downsizing though. That one wasn't very good, but
I was okay with it. The trailer's misleading a little bit for like what the actual film is, but I didn't mind it. And it's weird when you watch a film that you heard was bad, and then you watch it knowing this is maybe gonna suck, and you're like, oh, it's fine, you know, it's okay. Yeah, Sideways I just think was worth bringing up. Not to end on Sideways, but I just think it was like a really mature film. Some of it went right past me. Some of it I was kind of grasping, but just like a really fun setup, you know.
We're gonna end on The Room.
Oh, okay.
This is 2003, directed by Tommy Wiseau. Inspired so many people, made so many people laugh, cry. Disaster Artist did so much justice to, I know you had mentioned it on some of your favorites for the previous decade, but there would be no Disaster Artist without. I thought it was fitting that we end on something like that.
No, I agree. And it's the lesson is essentially just go make your movie. Go make, you know, fill in the blank.
Go and do it. A lot of people talk about it, but
yeah,
you actually do it, it's a whole other thing.
And I think I know which quote to start off this
episode with now. Some Tommy Wiseau quotes or something. I'll find something.
Oh yeah, he's got some good ones probably.
Okay.
Archives.
Okay, cool. This was honestly, for me, this is very fun. I really enjoy this a lot. Thank you.
About 6 hours it took us to get.
Just feel free to always let me know if like, hey, I got a boogie. Let's continue this.
We were on such a roll. It would have been. There was no cutoff. It was we were just, let's keep going.
I'm extremely grateful for your time, man. Thank you. And I'm really, this is really fun to kind of do. And like, we both have spent a lot of time watching these films, so it's nice to show some appreciation for them and kind of go through it and reflect.
And it gave me a chance to go through my DVDs, and I have several piles around me right now of movies that I forgot about.
The only reason why I didn't grab my 10 is because I made a mess with my unboxing yesterday. So I have like, there's movies everywhere right now. Yeah.
I mean, I probably won't be able to do it as much for the 90s, but I thought this is the era that I bought so many. Really, I think only This Is England and Jesse James were the two that I didn't have a physical copy of, but everything else I pretty much had because I was buying anything and everything.
Right. Yeah. So next time we'll
talk films. We'll coordinate next time, but we'll touch next top 10 is 90 to 1999.
Okay. Yeah. I'm feeling going through making the list and thinking about already. I go, okay, I got 4 or 5 that's in there already that I know. Okay, cool.
Sweet, man. Okay, I'll text you, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Bye, Elyushya.
Bye.
Chicken, Peter, you just a little chicken. Chip, 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 chip.
Who are you calling a chicken?
Come on. Chip, 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 chip. You're not good. You're just a chicken. Chip, 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 chip.